Good morning, GovTech Leaders. What a fantastic way to kick things off with a bright light show, setting the perfect mood for our today's conference. I'm Šimonytė. I'll be your moderator for today, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th GovTech Leaders Conference. Vilnius is really stepping up as a true GovTech capital of Europe. This is the second biggest GovTech conference in Europe this year. And today will be all about learning, making great contacts, getting inspiration, but most importantly, celebrating the achievements of our own GovTech stars here in Lithuania. Over the past 5 years, GovTech Lab has been such an incredible driving force for the public sector's innovation. They tackled more than 100 public sector challenges, organized numerous events, and received such an important international recognition. GovTech Lab was named as one of the top 3 GovTech teams globally, and such a small team from Lithuania is leading a GovTech Global Alliance, an international organization of other GovTech companies. So I hope hearing this makes you as proud as I am, and I would like to ask for a loud round of applause for our wonderful GovTech Lab team for inviting us here today and for their hard, incredible work over these years. This is all for you guys. And during today's conference, we will dive into the most pressing challenges and we'll discuss exciting opportunities in the public sector. Among our topics, it's artificial intelligence, a user-centric approach, and how to create your future-proof strategies. So let's get ready for some exciting discussions today on this stage. Let's not forget the amazing lineup of speakers and guests that are here, both in the audience and on stage, from incredible minds, Lithuanian minds, to experts from US, UK, Portugal, Montenegro, Estonia, and beyond. A special mention goes to the World Summit Awards Grand Jury, who are meeting in Lithuania for the first time to decide who is going to win the European Youth Innovators Award. Lithuania has always been an active member of World Summit Awards, and to host such a jury meeting here in our country is a really great honor. Also, I would like to say a big thank you for the Ministry of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, also to Innovation Agency of Lithuania for their incredible support and, of course, in making this event happen. Now, it's my true privilege to start this conference by inviting the Prime Minister, Ingrida Šimonytė, to share her opening thoughts with us. Welcome.
Dear organizers and participants of the event, dear colleagues, it is my honor to welcome you to the 5th Annual GovTech Leaders Conference. What began as a modest initiative has now evolved into the 2nd largest event of this kind in Europe, uniting brightest minds from the government, technology, and innovation sectors worldwide. We find ourselves in turbulent times, with Russia's war against Ukraine posing a significant challenge to global stability. At the same time, rapid technological advancements and the widespread digitization of our societies have created a new landscape for states to navigate. Unfortunately, aggressive authoritarian regimes are exploiting these developments to launch hybrid attacks, undermining the very trust on which our democracies are built. In response, democracies, often slower due to their inclusive processes and adherence to the rule of law, must continuously reinvent themselves. We must innovate and leverage advanced technologies to make better decisions, solve complex problems, and deliver efficient public services. Today, as we stand at the intersection of governance and technology, our collective mission is clear. Harness the power of innovation to create more efficient, transparent, and citizen-centered public services. Over the past year, Lithuania has made remarkable strides in the realm of GovTech. Our nation's public sector innovations are not just local achievements, they are setting global benchmarks. From our top-ranking position in the World Bank's GovTech Maturity Index to the groundbreaking tools developed by our public institutions, Lithuania is proving that small countries can indeed make a significant impact, especially when collaboration and innovation are at the forefront. This year's conference is especially significant as it will address some of the most pressing issues of our time: the role of AI in public governance, the future of public services, and most importantly, how we can rebuild and maintain trust in government. Trust is the foundation of any successful society. And as leaders, it is our responsibility to ensure that citizens have confidence in our ability to serve them effectively and transparently. Despite some setbacks, in Lithuania we have witnessed how technology can bridge gaps, streamline processes, and most importantly, improve the lives of our citizens. Whether it is monitoring our upgraded tax return system or proactive public service initiatives that automatically support our most vulnerable, these are not just technological advancements, they are commitment to our people. I hope this conference will be productive in sharing experiences and insights on what can be done, but most importantly, how to make sure that innovations become an organic part of the process. In other words, that innovation become business as usual in public sector. Thank you for being here, and I wish you all a productive and very inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Prime Minister. And now I'm delighted to invite Erika Kuročkina, Deputy Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, on the stage to share her opening remarks with us. Welcome.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, personally and genuinely, it's such a pleasure for me to be here because I'm such a supporter and believer in GovTech, in innovation promotion, in public sector. But you know, nothing is possible without an amazing team. So in the first place, I want to ask you to give a round of huge applauses to the GovTech Lab Lithuania for making it real. You know, this team from the small GovTech initiative in one of the former innovation agencies, to the GovTech Lab at Innovation Agency, to the GovTech Baltics conference organizers, to the GovTech Leaders conference. It was an amazing journey, and I'm happy and I'm so proud that we made it. And at the moment, we are organizing one of the largest conferences dedicated to the public sector innovation promotion. Of course, it was an amazing journey, and at the moment, our GovTech Lab Lithuania already provide innovation consultancy and assistance to more than 10 countries. Also, it provides the consultancy for almost all Lithuanian municipalities. As well, we already implemented more than 100 public sector innovation projects. It's an amazing number. Also, we have at the moment some projects which are already recognized and have the international recognition. For example, Communications Regulatory Authority and Lab developed a tool to detect illegal and harmful content online. It was awarded as the best social project at the Baltic Sustainability Awards. The police department created a tool to protect mass events, which is planned for rollout in other European countries via Europol. It's amazing how we create innovations in public sector, not only here locally in Lithuania, but we are making an impact globally. This is about the value of public sector innovation. This is about the effectiveness. This is about the transparency, inclusiveness. And of course, this is about sharing the experiences, sharing the best practices. I hope that today will be an amazing platform for you to share your knowledge, to inspire each other, and of course, to send a message about an amazing GovTech Lab community globally. Thank you so much. I wish you a very inspirational day today. And of course, I wish you to make a new inspiring connections as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Erika. Always exciting to hear your words. And now I would like to invite on the stage one of the remarkable leaders when it comes to GovTech innovations and driving public sector to more modernized and digital age. Let's welcome Romualda Stragienė, Director of the Innovation Agency of Lithuania.
On behalf of Innovation Agency Lithuania, I would like to welcome you all to this great event. So, welcome to all GovTech leaders. If you recognize yourself, you can wave your hands. Any GovTech leaders here? Yeah, see a few. Although it's very dark, but I can see you. Also, to all the potential future GovTech leaders, anyone? Fans of GovTech leaders? Supporters of GovTech leaders? Stakeholders from government, from other institutions? Okay, we have plenty of people here. It's a great moment to open. And we will hear the GovTech Lab, GovTech Academy many times. But if you look at the agenda, it's very normal. I mean, I wish every business organization, if you just saw the agenda, they would be very happy. Look at your agenda. What we have, the keywords: AI, Sandbox, innovation, customer centricity, visionary leadership. It's all also everywhere. I mean, it's like topics of today. I spent many years in the private sector, and well, we have some differences here in public sector, but we are not so different as we can imagine. And I would like to say 3 things that we all share in common. And first of all, limited resources. All organizations, all institutions have limited resources. We can think that we are unique, but even large corporations, they are also limited in the scope of money and people and time. So we should all have priorities and choose how we spend our limited resources. For this, we have some solutions, like giving grants for new innovative prototypes, for inspiring people to start creating something new, and giving some extra resources that they can make extra step. Second thing that we also share, and we all have, is the lack of talents or need of talents. Everywhere I go, every country, we say the same. We need people. We have too little talented people. We are looking for people. We need talents. In the age of AI, we need more digital talents. And in public sector, it's even, I would say it's easier than in private sector, because we have very meaningful work and lots of purpose. We don't have to create this why, the answer why we should come to our job every Monday or Tuesday or Friday. So we give a lot of trainings, and we train people about innovations, about public procurement. And I believe that these trainings like this, these conferences, workshops, help us to get more skills and better understanding. And last but not the least, we all have fear of failures. And innovations is always about risk. You can succeed, and you can become a unicorn, maybe even a public unicorn, but you can always have a chance to fail. And this is always somewhere in our heart. So for this, we also have some solutions like creating sandboxes, a place where people can experiment and fail fast. We should be proud about failures and encourage each other to try new things. So, if I had a very limited budget, marketing budget, and a task to give you one message and maybe spread it across all Lithuania to all the institutions, public or private, whatever, I would rent a billboard on the highway from Vilnius to Klaipėda, expect more people to see it, and I will put a simple message. Be afraid, be very afraid, and then do it. Thank you.
Romualda. So I hope being afraid and being ready are two combining forces for maximizing results. And now it's time to kick off the conference with a powerful opening duo. We will have Tamara Srzentic and Mikey Dickerson, true partners in crime when it comes to modernizing government services. Since 2013, Tamara and Mikey have worked together to lead digital transformation and modernize governments as part of President Obama's, California's governor, and global government transformation teams. With more than 15 years of experience in government reform and digital innovation, they've built a strong reputation in bringing modern culture and serving governments more effectively. Let's start by introducing Tamara Srzentic, because she will be the first presenter on the stage. During the last two California's administration, Tamara was leading important policy changes and shaping public transformation strategies for the fifth largest economy in the world. In 2020, Tamara returned to Europe, to her home country, Montenegro, when she was asked to serve as the Minister of Public Administration, Digital Society, and Media. Now, through her most recent open civic organization, Rebel Alliance, she empowers governments in the USA and Europe to serve all communities better. Today, Tamara has prepared us an incredible speech, which is called How to Build a Delivery-Driven Government That Starts with People. So, give her a warm welcome, and Tamara is here. Welcome.
Labas, how's everyone doing? It's great to be in this community, super privileged, and thank you for the hosts. Our shared purpose to make government work well for everyone, while often very challenging, is, I believe, the most rewarding and meaningful mission. Throughout my journey as passionate public servant and bureaucracy hacker, I had privilege to partner and learn from government leaders across the world. In California state government, open data was the catalyst and a tip of a spear to changing the culture and how government works. Small and big wins of our open government movement paved the way: executive order and dedicated budget, enabling us to launch 2 startups, Office of Innovation and Digital Services, and form dedicated teams charged with transforming some of California's priority policies and services. And then 3 years ago, I got an opportunity of a lifetime. After 30 years of the same party rule in my home country, Montenegro, a new government was formed, and the new prime minister was looking to create not a political, but an all-expert government. He asked me to join his cabinet and lead a Ministry of Public Administration, Digital Transformation, and Media. So I packed all my playbooks, toolkits, and manifestos, and though I knew that culture might eat strategy for breakfast, I realized that whether it's fifth largest economy in the world, like government of California, or a tiny 500,000 country in the Mediterranean, Montenegro, problems we are facing are not unique to us. All governments, big or small, are stuck in calcified processes and bureaucracy with broken implementation muscle, often challenged by lack of leadership, talent, and overall capacity to deliver. Yet there's so much we can learn from one another, borrow from each other, without reinventing the wheel. One of the most powerful hacks that my teammates and I have leveraged to radically change how government works is not let a good crisis go to waste. In times of greatest crisis and constraints, teams I've been a part of or collaborated with have been able to quickly gain political capital, space, and permissions to reshuffle the old rules and structures, surpass calcified procedures in order to remain laser-focused on solving an actual problem and producing effective outcomes. One of such famous crises that radically transformed how government works was healthcare.gov failure. Some of you might have followed. Back in 2013, Obama's administration's team introduced the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. This was the president's flagship policy that was making a significant milestone in healthcare reform after decades of inaccessible, inequitable healthcare services in the US. So just imagine this picture. 500, that's 500 vendor organizations worked on this healthcare.gov website. And when it was supposed to launch, it failed. So this 10 billion IT project that horrendously flopped stood to jeopardize American lives and a reputation of our sitting president. That's when Obama pulled a small team of leaders from Google, led by my friend Mikey Dickerson, whom you're gonna hear just in a little bit, who stepped in to fix the site, working tirelessly for weeks. The team tackled not only technical issues, but more importantly, process and governance problems, ultimately ensuring a successful Obamacare enrollment. This led to a stand-up of a centralized delivery unit within the White House called United States Digital Services. One core lesson here was, though governments have become really good at acquiring static software, what we really need to do is acquire an in-house capabilities and build that in-house delivery muscle. And now if we look at this in the context of AI, in a rush or a fear of missing out to sprinkle an advanced tech AI fairy dust, there is a very real risk that some governments, especially those who lack sufficient basic delivery capacity, will buy AI tools in ways that are compliant with all this new guidance that is coming out, but that fundamentally will not solve the problem. So I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do art and writing. This is one of the viral tweets that came out several months ago. But good government in a digital age is about people. And technology has not changed our shared mission of service, it has simply given us just new tools. Leaning on the learnings from the US federal government and UK's government, us in California government, we were on a journey to strengthen that state capacity for human-centered service and policy delivery. In one of our discovery sprints, we got to learn a lot about the hardships of Maria and her family. And Maria was a single mom with 2 kids. She was working as a gig delivery driver when her car broke down, leaving her without transportation or income to cover repairs. She was getting used to skipping meals so her kids won't get hungry when she heard from her friend about SNAP, the Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Imagine Maria sitting in front of the library desktop, running into bottleneck after bottleneck as she finds that she's missing most of the information that was required by this application. After nearly 2 hours spent answering confusing and repetitive questions, she finally hits submit. She doesn't even get confirmation message and is left wondering if the application even went through. And weeks later, she learns that she didn't even qualify for the benefits and the only option for her is to start over. In order to improve SNAP application experience, we talked with many people like Maria, mapping out their journey and uncovering a convoluted application process that left many confused and hungry. Through the close observation and interviews with real users, a team identified pain points, streamlined processes, simplified policies, and cut down the application time from 2 hours to just 7 minutes. Through automatic transfer of benefits to their accounts, the team ensured beneficiaries like Maria felt supported by their government. This is where trust is built, and what accessible, empathetic, dignified, and human-centered governance looks like. Policymaking all around the world has been in a quiet implementation crisis, and this has nothing to do with technology. We've seen many examples around the world, especially in recent years, charted with crisis, where poor delivery capacity has jeopardized and hindered vital policy implementation. It has undermined how we deliver key policies and therefore outcomes for some of the most vulnerable people that we serve, whose life depend on these policies. Upon Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in March 2022, more than 13,000 Ukrainian refugees fled to Montenegro. As lines of distressed humans were approaching our border, our teams were able to provide welcome, comfort, and listen to understand their pain and needs. We worked with the Border Patrol to rapidly streamline action around various issues that emerged. One of these issues, which we found in our research, was connectivity. So we stocked up the borders with laptops, Wi-Fi, chargers, and charging stations. Similarly, unpredictable insight was illuminated from another policy user research exercise. When co-designing Montenegro's digital nomad policy, despite the common assumption by our team that Montenegro will gain a competitive edge by allowing digital nomads to stay longer than other popular destinations, the interviews showed that what nomads truly cared for was a community and a space of belonging, support with assimilation, and well-run services catering to their needs. This discovery helped inform both the policy and the program priorities. A few years back, we initiated the Empathy Challenge in Montenegro's ministries to enhance customer experience in our vital programs and services. Ministers and policymakers less familiar with service beneficiaries' needs were trained in user research, empathetic and active listening, and then asked to spend time with their beneficiaries, identify service gaps and points of frustration. This drove a shift in perspective of higher-up decision-makers who became more invested in this, to them a very radically new approach to public service delivery. Empowering people at every level of the organization, from executives to frontline staff, is vital. Non-technical staff should feel encouraged to speak about technology. And tech is just a tool, and they often know the best solutions to real problems. In the digital age, we can use data to dive deep and gain a better understanding of human issues, but to effect real change, we need to think bigger than bringing tech solutions to policy problems. Never forget that your team's superpower is delivery. As our friends from UK have said it for years, strategy is delivery, and finding out what to deliver requires urgency and clarity of purpose, but for this bigger policy and service transformation shift to stick, and I know when I'm saying this, I will be preaching to the choir, we need a legion of government leaders that build with the people and by the people, and radically different approach to public service organization. One based on multidisciplinary teams, starting with human needs and scaling iteratively by testing policy, product, and service assumptions. Our governments must switch from project to product-based delivery and financing, focusing on steady incremental improvements that meet real needs. We lack and need tools for procedural deflation. The procedural fetish is the problem that compounds over time, and it makes everything government does far more calcified and expensive than it should be. We need to move away from a process obsession and streamline procurement by funding services that support teams and products, not just outsourcing outcomes. This is, by the way, an actual procurement process chart from the California state government before we dared to untangle it and simplify it. These organizational shifts we are driving offer even constrained administrations powerful force for good, but they're only as good as the people behind them. And all of this work we are doing is ultimately about people and deeply depends on culture of caring. It depends on each of us leading the change, modeling the way, intentionally cultivating the environment, conditions, and culture that tunes into our sense of purpose and elevates superpowers of everyone around us. A culture that co-creates core values and principles that define what we expect from each other and what we aspire to be. A culture that celebrates failure, promotes psychological safety, and empowers everyone to be their authentic selves. A culture that not just welcomes, but celebrates diversity, sees feedback as a gift, discourages managing up, and encourages teamwork and servant leadership. Creating such cultures requires intentionality, courage, and relentless optimism, which I'm energized to see and feel in abundance in this room today. I want to leave you with the call of action of Rebel Alliance, a nonpartisan, open civic community that leverages a network of pro bono technologists and bureaucracy hackers to address common systemic challenges facing public servants in Europe and beyond, while helping them build that delivery muscle. We started to work in collaboration with mayors and prime ministers in the Adriatic region. These governments are often in crisis mode, and they also lack budget, strategy, and talent, or other necessary levers to deliver. We'd love to welcome you to be a part of this, and if you're interested, talk to me and one of my teammates after this. So as I look to the future, I'm energized by this moment of change and conviction that all of us together can support one another and make a meaningful difference in the lives of people we serve. Let's continue to expand and bring more diverse perspectives under this GovTech Leaders tent so that we together can reimagine and make government intersections not just work well, but also joyful and delightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Such a great and inspiring talk. And of course, people, not only people can train their muscles, but also the governments and how to beat the bureaucracy. And now, Mikey, Tamara's colleague, will tell us how not to let a good crisis go to waste and turn it maybe into a good opportunity. In short, Mikey calls himself a crisis reengineer, but his outstanding work definitely speaks for itself. President Obama appointed him Deputy Chief Information Officer of the United States. Also, he was responsible for creating the United States Digital Service and leading it to bring America's top technologies into government and solve its hardest and most pressing IT challenges. That was a while ago, but now, in various times of crisis, when time and public trust are limited, Mikey and his team have become the go-to complex system crisis reengineers, helping many organizations make big changes when simultaneously you need extremely risky decisions and you are short on time. So within the next upcoming 15 minutes, Mikey is promising to share all his top secrets with you. So let's give him a round of applause. Welcome, Mikey.
Good morning. Before I say anything else, a big thank you to the organizers and our hosts, and Tamara, who organized for me to be here. It's a great privilege. I've never been here before, which is good for the kind of stuff I like to talk about, because I have not met any of you, so it's not possible that I'm criticizing any of your work personally, unlike happens when I do this talk at home, for example. But as the introductions told you a little bit, and said it better than I'm likely to say myself, here's how I came to be here. From originally since 2006, I worked at Google in something called Site Reliability Engineering, which is a department that does on-call support and crisis response as we think of it, which crisis here means like Google's not serving ads. It's not like a crisis like some of the ones that Tamara was talking about a minute ago, but it was good training for that kind of thing. 2013, I went to work on healthcare.gov, kind of sort of at the request of the president, as Tamara talked about. Then I worked in the White House for President Obama, did the US Digital Service there. Since leaving there in 2017 at the end of the Obama administration, I've had a consulting company which is just 4 people that had a lot of the same experiences that I did. And what we do is the same type of project. We work on, ideally, we like to be hired for a big technology project that is bogged down, stalled, in trouble, something like that, and there's a big complex system wrapped around it that we try to untangle. That's the kind of thing we like to do. I also teach an undergraduate class and am kind of mostly retired most of the time. The reason I'm telling you this stuff is to, you can decide for yourself whether the kinds of things I have seen are relative to the circumstances that you are in. There was The healthcare.gov project was kind of the prototype for a lot of things we did after that. It was enormous. I hope I never have to do anything that big again. Me and 30 or 40 people were working 16, 17-hour days for 4, 5, 6 months, depending on who you're talking about, before we could go home from that. It was mostly successful, not quite as successful as the story gets told about it, but mostly good enough. And that's why I'm here. Obviously, none of the rest of this stuff happens without healthcare.gov. 2014 to 17, when I was in the US government, we did similar kinds of intervention-style projects. It's hard to know what to count exactly, because some things didn't get off the ground, some things turned into kind of long-term efforts where we might have thought we were going to fix one thing and ended up building a different service instead, which then had to be maintained long-term, that kind of thing. So projects were messy, but it's probably a fair guess to say there were about 20 of them inside the US federal government. I had about 200 people working on those before I was done. Then, since then, like I said, outside government left 2017 until present. We do with the consulting company, just the 3 of us. It's a lot easier to manage. There is no manager. We just work together. I don't miss trying to manage 200 bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, civic tech entrepreneur-type people. That was not easy. With the group that I work with now, this is easy to count because they have beginnings and ends because we get paid for them, which is also a little bit easier, actually. And we've done 24 of those. I just came directly here from the state of New York, where we just finished our 24th project. So what I'm trying to say is I have seen in, and I should say that the layer Aleph projects are, about half of them have been for public sector. That has usually been US state governments, and the other half-ish are private companies, generally large Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies across healthcare, finance, places that are big and that find out about us and that hire us. So that's the context. I've done these projects about that many times. The organization is always kind of not small. I have had startups and worked in small groups before, but it's not really the kind of thing we do now. Startups are not going to hire a group like mine. So the kind of a guess is that this is, again, a fuzzy thing. It's very hard to draw the boundaries around the system that you're working on, but let's say that there's at least 500 people involved pretty much all the time. The larger agencies, the US Department of Veteran Affairs example has, this number's old, I don't know what it is today, but at the time it had between 200,000 and 300,000 employees. And a system, even one that is only for internal use at the VA, will have a couple 100,000 users at any given time, and it's not easy to change their behavior. When we got started, I'm calling that 2014-ish, USDS, most of what was around us was stuff that was going by the name modernization, big waterfall projects where typically by the time we saw it, and this is still true today, typically by the time we saw it, it was some number of billions of dollars had been spent, and we were on about year 6, maybe year 8, 10, 12 of what was originally believed to be a 2-year timeline. That was pretty standard. It seems that the waterfall planning process is, at least in the US government procurement process, we think everything's going to take 2 years. And if you're lucky, it has made some measurable amount of progress by about year 5 or 6. That exactly describes the project I just worked on, that I just came from New York for. However, with 10 years of doing this and 50 projects, a couple of things have started to change. My group has been hired more than once to try and figure out what went wrong in a digital service project, and one of what is kind of my own creation, a little bit. Obviously, lots and lots of people are involved, but there's not many who did more to create that group in the US than I did, so I feel a little bit responsible for it. Not that much, just a little bit. And they go wrong too. They go wrong a lot of the time. They go wrong more than half of the time. Most of these attempts do not succeed. If you define the success the way I would like to, even as layer Aleph, which is the best structure I have been able to find to do this kind of work. If you define success the way I would like to, which is that we come in when everything is kind of on fire and falling over, and when we leave it is all fixed, and everybody's happy, and everybody's sleeping well at night, and everybody has peace of mind, we did kind of accomplish that on healthcare.gov in the beginning, but it took 6 months and, like I said, 30 to 40 people working 16-hour days. You cannot put that together very often for any amount of money. It had to be more than that. It had to feel like a crisis, which is what I'm getting at. If you define success that way, even with the best team I can put together, with the best conditions for success that I can engineer, maybe a quarter or a third of the time does it work. Most of the time it does not. And I hope that's encouraging, because I know a lot of you have the same feeling sometimes of, why have I worked so hard for so long and something is not changing, it's not working, what could it be? I must be doing something wrong. I mean, you might be, but probably you are not. Here is a bad idea that I now disavow. I mean, I don't know if you'd ever find me saying this exactly in this form. I'm kind of caricaturing it now, but it is kind of an unstated belief behind a lot of what the digital service group, and I'll just talk about my own. Again, this is nice about being far from home, is I can't possibly be criticizing yours because I don't know anything about yours yet. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning. But when I talk about mine, there's kind of an unstated belief that rode to town with us, which says that the problem here is these people suck. These CIOs don't know what they're doing, and the contractors are bad, and they're just grifters, and they're just stealing the money, and nobody really wants to succeed, and that's why they don't succeed. Therefore, if I can just replace them, if we can find one of so-called our people, which we're just not going to leave defined for the moment, but you knew what it meant at the time. If it was one of our people that was the CIO, this would be better. Everything would be fine. And we did that. We replaced a whole bunch of people in the US federal government. Some of them were retiring anyway, so there were openings to be filled, and those ones were easy. Some of them were encouraged to retire with smaller or greater amounts of encouragement behind it. And a good 12-ish times, 10, 12 times, the group of people that came to town with me, that were recruited by USDS, that went through our hiring process as best as we could make it, that we perceived as being reformers, crusaders, change agents, we installed them in a job like CIO of federal agency, blah, 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 blah. And what we found, this is controversial, but it seems very clear to me that if you do that and you go back, just as it only takes weeks in some cases, literally you can observe this in 3 to 4 weeks. You're meeting with that same person who came in all bright-eyed and wanted to become a big agent of change and fix everything at Agency X. I'm meeting with them 1 week later, and they're sitting on the other side of the table, and they are no different from the person that was there right before them. They have now got the same incentives, they're embedded in the same information system, they make the same decisions. That is not a theory that works. Replacing the individual people in a system like this is a waste of time. You are wasting the people, and you're not going to have any impact on the thing that you're trying to change. That's just a bad theory. Don't do that. Our people, are not different from the ones that came before. I could go on this topic for an hour and a half right there. It's very frustrating. Like I said, I could go on this topic for an hour and a half right there. So I will just leave it at the replacing the individual people doesn't work. It turns out economists and systems theorists have known this for a long time. They call it bounded rationality. It just means that the person is embedded in a complex system that surrounds them with the information that they get and the decisions they have to make and the incentives that they respond to. If you change none of that stuff and only change the person, nothing much is going to change. So that doesn't work. We caricature this. This is a piece of jargon that we just use amongst my friends that I haven't ever defined or presented before, but just for the sake of having a shorthand for it, we define this general attitude, the idea that the project is going to go better because we're doing it, as if the strategy is just we're going to succeed because we're going to swim harder than everybody else. Doesn't work. Don't try it. Probably have already tried it. Perhaps you've seen different results. Great, tell me about it. When I see people try it, it doesn't work. Some of the methods I will still say, I think, do help. These are things that we did not have magical foresight. We were not amazing. I was not an amazing genius at the US Digital Service. We just tried a lot of things. And here I am telling you some of the ones that I think do help. These are ideas that are more or less embedded in the USDS values. You might have to squint a little bit. But the things that I think do help are designing with the actual users of the project, bringing them along through the development process rather than showing them the new thing 5 years later after you've gathered the requirements and built it. Testing with them all along, that helps. That makes the transition smoother, whatever the new thing is that you're launching. Smaller projects are always a better idea if you have a choice. And when you have to do a big project, the only kind of big project plan that I believe in is one that has incremental progress that you can kind of stake in the ground over time rather than just see nothing until the big launch that all is planned for one day, which never comes. These are things that help. I will tell you, I have seen them done effectively with good outcomes by small, agile groups. I've also seen them done effectively, maybe a little bit slower because it's inevitable with a large organization, but I've seen them done effectively with great big behemoth contractors that have 100,000 employees that have dedicated a few to working in this way. And I've seen them done totally ineffectively, mimicked to no effect, creating weird, different problems that then have to be untangled by both groups as well. All 4 of those quadrants are populated. So, with my last minute, my actual point was going to be that the biggest factor is none of this stuff. It's none of what you want it to be. It's not how hard you work, and it's not how skilled you are. The organization has to want to change. There are only short windows in which this is possible. Given that English is the only language that I speak, we use the imperfect word crisis to describe those windows. We're working on right now, I'm talking about right now, and we're working on a book, and we're going to try and make this a little bit more clear, what approaches work in those change windows, which we are calling crises. Not claiming that it works in all situations to solve all problems, only the ones that are actually solvable, which is not all of them. I said that the organization has to want to change. Here's what it looks like. Here are clues that you might have these conditions on your hands. There's an existential threat. There's time pressure. There's a surprise. And something called sense-making broke down, which I definitely don't have time to go into today. I could go on for all day about that. I did mention that I taught a college class, so I have those skills. We won't do it right now. The rules are different because all of the things that cause homeostasis, all of the things that cause the organization to revert to its previous behavior and resist any durable change to it, they are suspended for that short period of time. And what you do in that short window is you need to construct the what we would call a sense-making loop, or a new way to tell a new story that fills that vacuum, because there is a chaos right now. People are not sure what their roles are. They really want to know, and you provide them with a new story that makes that happen. I'm out of time. I knew I would run out of time, so in the meantime, since you can't buy our book, which I'm sure will be awesome and clear and explain all of these ideas, but much better, which will come out in a year or something, it's not clear. I put some of these references up here, so if any of that was interesting to you, these are the sources that I have read that have the most bearing on that kind of thing that I'm talking about, being crisis engineering. So I hope these slides are going to be distributed so that you can look these up in your own time, or take a picture of this slide, however you feel like. Thank you very much. That's what I had time for.
Thank you very much, Mikey, once again. And here on the main stage, we are going to dive into even deeper discussion about user-centric approach with our next panel, Next-Gen Public Services, Anticipating and Fulfilling Citizen Needs. We are going to explore how governments can move from being reactive to being proactive using technology, innovation, and data to create services that citizens will need before they even know about them. So, dear audience, this will be your chance also to step up and join our discussion. And I want to invite you to go to slido.com, enter the code GovTech 2024 and send all the burning questions our way. I hope they will get to be answered. So here you see the code, either scan your QR code or enter slido.com GovTech 2024 and join us in for the discussion. So now, let's get started and welcome our incredible speakers to the stage. So first of all, Laura Yarrow, Head of Design at GovUK, that we've just seen. Welcome, Laura, again. Bagočiūtė-Žutautienė, the Head of Futures, Insights and Emerging Technologies at the UK Ministry of Justice. Also, she's been working closely with the GovTech Lab team for a couple of years now, and she is a standout speaker at GovTech Innovation Academy. Žydrūnas Nevardaukas, the advisor in the Digital Solutions Division at the State Digital Solutions Agency. He leads the team responsible for developing and managing Lithuanians' e-government services through the platform e-paslaugos.lt. Also, I've heard a rumor that Žydrūnas and his team were seeing closely what Laura and her team are doing, so maybe you'll touch upon that. And the moderator of the panel, David Brunelleschi, director at Intelera Consulting, part of the Accenture Group, who has an extensive experience in European GovTech and public sector innovation. David, I'm sure with you we're in the right hands, so I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to this panel discussion on next-gen public services, anticipating and fulfilling citizen needs. As just mentioned, my name is David Brunelleschi, and I'm a director in Intelera Consulting, part of the Accenture Group, and based in Rome, Italy. And currently, we, as Intelera, we are leading an initiative called GovTech Connect for European Commission's DG Connect, a program which has been going on since the last 2 years, more or less. But luckily enough, I'm not alone this morning here on stage, so as already introduced, together with me, I have the pleasure of having Ina, Žydrūnas, and Laura. They have just been introduced, so perhaps I won't go through who they are again, and maybe I'll leave it to them to say a little bit of words about themselves and what they're doing. And if it's okay for everybody, I would get straight into action and in some questions for you. And Ina, perhaps I'll start with you, and basically my first question will be the same for all, because till now, I think everybody on this stage has been mentioning how important it is to get the users involved in the design process. So if you want to get a service right, you have to get that user on board, you have to involve them, you have to be sure that they're participating to the process. Good, fantastic. My question is, but how do you do it? Really, concretely, how do you get them engaged? How do you keep them on board? That's the true point. So Ina, give us your secret recipe, how you're actually getting the citizens, the users, engaged and on board.
Well, thanks, David. You're revealing all of the secrets right up front, right? First things first. Hello, everybody. My name is Ina. I am the Head of Futures, Insights and MTech within the Ministry of Justice within the UK. I have spent working with public services for the last 5 years, both as a designer and a strategist and a product manager leading multidisciplinary teams, creating these services from the get-go, from that idea in a post-it all the way to prototypes and launching them into the market. Before joining the government and the public service, I've extensively worked in the consultancy world. So I've had the pleasure of being the outsider, someone who comes into their organization and creates a big project, creates the prototype, and it tells all of these different teams how to do things and when to do them and what's the right idea and all of that. And consistently, I've had these great transformational ideas. We would do them for 3 months, and then we would close the door, and I would see them fall flat on their face right away. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand why that is happening. And I was intrigued. That's what led me to the public service. I was like, you know what? I need to go into the belly of the beast and figure out what's going on. Why are these services and these ideas failing? And in most cases, it was about not having the right capability inside the organization, not having those people who are responsible for the care, for that idea of focusing on the users. those organizations, they would take these ideas and then instantly they would go to outsiders and they would say, well, we had this rough prototype with these rough requirements. Can you give it to us? And of course, then the outsiders would do their own pitch with their own services, and the cycle would start again. The user needs would not match the product, and things would fall flat. So, to answer your question, David, how do you actually engage those users, and how do you start building that capability up front? Well, I think we have like this artificial barrier with our users. We see them as someone outside living their own real world, and they're much closer to us than we think. I really love doing things very simply. You take a notepad, you take a pen, and you talk to them. The deal to getting to your customers, there's actually 4 paths in principle. They are observation, conversation, inspiration, and role play. Those are the same rules in life in a different setting, but let's keep it PG-13. So I think that conversation really starts with that notepad and a pen. And just picking your phone up, calling the users, just figuring out the basic needs is all you need to get started. And once you do, that engine is never going to stop.
Thank you very much, Ina. And Žydrūnas, basically, same question for you. And I was intrigued to see that the World Bank slogan in relation to GovTech is putting people first. Okay, so also they are aligned to what we have been saying up to now, what Ina just shared with us. In your case, in Lithuania, how are you doing so, if you're doing so?
Hello, everybody. My name is Žydrūnas Nevardaukas. I'm representing the state digital solution agency. Recently, we changed the name from the Information Society Development Committee. So, and I'm responsible to run e-government portal, which is a famous name in Lithuania, paslaugos LT arba valdžios vartai. So I joined 4 years ago the public sector from the business, and with the simply idea just to get, the improvements of that particular portal. We did some researches. We investigated the researches what were available within the market, and we found out that there really require big changes and a big fundamental shift from the government perspective, which is the serve institutions processes for themselves. And we realized that we need to change that into the user-centric and the services has to be, the user centricity and user-centric and the user first. What we did the first, we announced the procurement or consultations with the public in Lithuania, and with the starting with the new portal design. So that was the first interaction with the citizens. By the way, we started with the GovTech Lab. That's a particular organization which is inspire, the people get together, share ideas. And we did the same as Ina just shared, that we grabbed the laptops, we discuss with the people, and we ask the questions, and we collect the feedback. Even today, all of you were sitting in the hall, so you can go to the paslaugos LT, and there is a still running survey for the portal design and application design. You go and provide a feedback within the particular time that we are just here. So, meaning we enable it, we fine-tune the survey mechanism, survey tool, just to get into the interaction with the citizens. So we share the design, we share the functionality, and we ask the questions, and please go there and please provide a feedback. That's basically what we do.
Thank you, Žydrūnas. And Laura, back to you. And well, we heard just some minutes ago about what you're doing in UK and the work you've been doing on the portal and all that, but I would like to give a slightly different twist to the question to you. Basically, we're talking about GovTech today. So GovTech is also where the innovation is coming from. It's coming usually often from the startups, the innovative small companies, the small, medium-sized enterprises which are trying to bring their innovative solutions to the public sector. Good. Till now, we have heard how the public organizations are directly trying to reach out and to involve the citizens and the users. Question now is, but has the public sector ever tried to close the loop and get also the startups, the SMEs involved? Because co-design should start from there. If I'm a little company, and if I don't get the users involved since the beginning, what I'm going to come up with probably will not work then when I get to the government. Any experience of this, closing the loop and involving startups, SMEs?
Yeah, I've worked on both sides, just for transparency. So I've worked in agencies, private sector, I've worked in the public sector, and they're two very different areas. And it might differ in the UK than it does in Lithuania and other countries. I'll say something really controversial, but in the UK, I think innovation is happening in the public sector more than the private sector. You know, that might cause some problems. So. But I believe that. I see it every day. I see it every day in the public sector that we are pushing the boundaries, and we have to. I think the other difference is that we are bound by law and legislation. We are regulated. We are having to make things accessible. We're having to make things usable because there are legal implications if we do not make those public services accessible or if we exclude people. So maybe that's one starting point, is making regulation apply to the private sector, enforcement as well. So internally within the public sector in the UK, we've obviously got things like the service assessment and the standard and the principles that we design to. So there's a bit of mission mindset, so we hire people who have the right mindset to meet that and they believe in that mission, but also we enforce as well. So if you're creating a public service in the UK and you meet a certain few criteria, you will be assessed on it and it has to work. It has to meet the 14-point standard. It has to be, you know, you go through the process of speaking to a panel and it's almost like an interview and a test that you have to go through to make sure that that service is fit for purpose, that is usable, accessible. You have to prove that you've been working with your users. You have to prove and provide the documentation that you've done that. So maybe it's about some method of enforcement as well, to make people responsible for that.
Yeah, clear. And if I may, a follow-up question in, you know, enforcing, getting them on board, and how do you strike the balance between the immediate needs that the users may have and maybe a longer-term perspective that the government may have? Usually there is some kind of, you know, a conflict on this. There's, okay, if I'm a user, I want something done quickly. I have an immediate need. If I'm the government, I have to think 10, 15 years ahead. How are you facing that?
I mean, the government sort of changes a lot, like the ways and the things that they want to do will change over time. Humans are actually quite simple. We don't change very often. We haven't like developed wheels or, you know, USB sockets on us or anything. We're the same as like maybe 100,000 years ago. So I think the assessment process, if we go back to that, is for assessing the broad need of users. But yes, I think balancing it as well is really hard. So maybe bringing the policy folks closer to the design folks is something that we're really interested in the UK. We've actually done that a little bit. So we've been doing a project called the Public Design Review, I believe. So we've got our head of policy design in government, and he's working, and his teams are working with our design teams. And how do we create this notion of public design? And how do we, you know, promote that up to the highest you know, levels in government, the highest civil servants, to take notice of that. That this is a really important way to make sure that they are designing policy that lasts years and years and years, and is fit for the, you know, the people that use it. How do we bring them together?
Ina, on your side, when it comes to balance the longer-term governmental perspective and the immediate needs of users, of citizens?
Oh, that's a great question. You know what? I think Laura is right. Like, fundamentally, humans have these broad needs that need to be addressed consistently, and they don't change over time that much. However, what changes those, it's like a bit of a dance, to be honest. I think what we put out there into the market, immediately, you know, the new disruptor that comes along, the startup that invents a new way of doing things, a new technology that gets introduced into the industry, that dictates, that is usually unexpected, that is new, that is novel, and all of that. And that dictates what then becomes a universal true down the line. So immediately, the users don't really tell us that that is the sort of thing that they would need. They only tell us the pain points that they have. They only tell us about the challenges that they have. And it's up to us as the organization to anticipate how we could potentially address and resolve those challenges. So we can come up with a plethora of options, put them out there, test them out, and then things that were novel at one point are going to become universal at another. I mean, at the moment, we have a pretty well-established system, I would argue, in the UK. You know, the GovUK have done a tremendous job of synchronizing and aligning all of the different departments to produce the services in the same format, in the same style, with the same function, with the same consistent and reliable outcome. But in the end of the day, it's still forms. It's not that exciting. I nearly cried when I joined MOJ and I realized I'm going to be doing a lot of forms. So I think we're bound to introduce something new here. You know, we've got an established market now, but hey, what's behind the corner? Let's look beyond what we've already got. Let's look at that longer term, and let's come up with something new that could become more universal.
And in Lithuania, Žydrūnas, is it true also in your case that when you're involving users, they're always focusing on the pain points rather than a longer-term perspective?
I would say that we really balance, since my team and since I'm leading the team, so I'm thinking that way, that the standardization and you know, the serving technology can be multiply and scale, that would work for everyone, not just for some small function of the user who lives in somewhere in the rural. I would say yes, there is a challenge, since we can go simple way on the simple ministry perspective, or whatever organization. They can build the application quickly to solve today's issue. However, we need to think about how to deliver multiplications of this particular service, and how to scale to the state level. There is my view, and how we go within the state.
Thanks. And I would like now to move to next-gen public services as the title of our panel discussion here. Okay, so we've talked about relevance and importance of having the user involved, good, but next-gen public services, how will they look like? Let's send a postcard from the future, as you were mentioning before, Laura, and in 5-10 years, these public services, how will they be looking like? My colleagues in Intelera have been working for European Commission on an observatory. It's called Public Sector Tech Watch. And in the last year, they have collected over 1,600 cases only in Europe of public sector using disruptive technologies for delivering their public services in the context of their activities. So disruptive technologies are having an important role here. But question is, Ina, I'll start with you. What's coming up next? How will these public services look like?
David, I think I've been operationalized. You know what? If you asked me that question about a couple of years ago, I would have really optimistically said that 5 years down the line, we're going to have probably a virtualized assistant of our own that knows our inner selves better than we know ourselves. So they would know our needs, they would know our behaviors, they would anticipate what sorts of outcomes are we after. If we're about to buy a house, it would be able to anticipate that we're about to buy a house and connect with the government services that it needs to connect to, and all of the services would be automatically aligned and delivered for them without needing to fill in a form and all of that data that we currently ask people to fill in. That would have been my answer. But to be honest, I don't think that as much as we push for it, we're not moving that quickly. So I think realistically, 5 years down the line, we're gonna still have a variation of levels of where we are along that evolution journey. So I would say that we're gonna have niche pockets and use cases and departments and teams who will have that capability established, who will know how to turn services into something more than a form. I'm going to mention the word automation there, but you think about it, what that means. Not going to mention the buzzword. And I think there will still be other teams who will still be grappling what it means to do design thinking, systems thinking, futures thinking, and what the hell does that mean to establish a multidisciplinary team that thinks about the users. So we're going to have a variation in that sense. That would be my take.
Thank you. And in Lithuania, Žydrūnas, you were mentioning before standardization, I think. So is that the future you're focusing on of public services, standardization, interoperability? Are you following also EU lines here, EU initiatives? Tell us all about it.
Yeah, David, that's you know, the complex environment. So we can't say that we go one direction. It's a complex situation, complex environment. So, yes, standardization is one way. However, we follow EU rules, so we get the clear guidelines where to go, and all the Gov services, e-Gov services, has to be aligned with the SDG, Single Digital Gateway. This is your portal where you can go and find any services based on the activities or on the live events. So we are following the rules. However, I would like to twist a bit because I was really happy to be here since 3 years ago. That was my idea, was to get in touch with the UK Gov portal just to get, you know, the insights and to see where they go, because my idea was just to follow that particular clear vision, and I was really happy to be here just to share with Laura what we are running and what has been achieved, you know, your team. And I believe and I really hope that we gonna follow you, and that's the easiest thing to do. The future services, of course, then we can point it out, as Ina was saying, that everybody anticipating AI interactions or assistance. We designed the new portal with the EU assistant and the intelligent search to be particularly asking the leading questions, because everybody knows when you go to paslaugos.lt, so when you drop, you know, the keyword, so you will get multiple answers. So it's not the way. So we need to be precise. We need to ask leading questions. We need to finger point and lead, you know, the citizens to direct them into the particular services, which is not to be the just simple filling form. And since citizens provided the feedback, they would like to get the more complex services, like a bundle services, like we introduced already. So most probably some of you knows that with the child birth, you can go and then the purchase certificate, child's birth certificate, You can get, you know, the fill form for allowance, just to do the registration for the first visit into the doctors, and multiple services bundled into the one complex environment. So meaning that looking into the feedback from our citizens, we building more reliable, more complex services to be in your pocket. Saying that, I just would like to say that we are going to build Gov mobile application. Like you are going to have all the functionality to get easy access to the portal and to your profile and to your catalog, service catalog, which is the purchase, when you can on the lifetime see how the particular services is delivered to you. And of course, so we are asking the feedback. We are asking feedback on every particular step when the service is delivering. When you submitted the purchase, when is your purchase or service is on the investigation, one is the processing, and one is the completed. So all the time you can provide the feedback, rate the services, and we are collecting them.
Government in your pockets, it seems something we heard even before by you, Laura, and it's great to hear also that, you know, this exchange of experiences is useful. So great to be here and great to see that, you know, something is happening and that you can actually build on what others have been doing. Ina started positive, but then she got she got quite pragmatic and realistic. So you started like, okay, yeah, the future is, wow, it's looking good. It's going to be fantastic. But then, okay, let's try to be real. Probably, okay, we're not going so fast. So probably in the next 5 years, these digital next-gen public services won't be so different from what we're seeing today. But Laura, you were mentioning before proactive services. So you're actually working on next-gen public services. What about those? What's in your pocket there, talking about pockets?
Yeah, and Ina said the magic word, which is forms. So there's forms in your pocket. So no, I think personalized, proactive services is something that we're looking at currently. You know, I think you touched on it by saying, you know, you have a child, it registers you for not just the central services like registering the birth, but, you know, maybe that you're experiencing some financial difficulty at the local level. Your child might be eligible for free school meals, for free school uniform, and it's connecting all those things up. So we were talking in the back earlier about how, you know, government can be quite siloed, it's huge, it's distributed, there's different policies, but people don't experience life the same way, you know, that's set up. When someone experiences something, it often crosses lots of different services. And that's where the problem lies, where the user has to then connect the dots up between all those different things. So maybe the future is around life experiences and life events that happen as well. So, you know, having a baby, retiring, you know, these things overlap each other. So for example, one we found is, you know, death of a business partner. That business partner might be someone's brother. You know, they might be brothers in business together. They might own property together, business property. They might be listed on company's house. There might be so many different things that they have, like, trigger a chain of events, and it's that clustering of services that you were referring to earlier, where we think there's a lot of interesting innovation can happen by sort of making you know, a list of what those are and focusing on those problems as a whole rather than separate different problems for the user to connect up, you know, at a later date. Yeah, so I think there's definitely how you do it, the technology, but there's also what you're doing and why as well. So there's definitely like a stewardship aspect to this where you are maintaining things and also innovating at the same time.
And if I may add there, Laura, as well, I think you're mentioning a really important point here, because I mean, in the end of the day, in the UK, and correct me if I'm wrong there, because these are the latest numbers that I know, but we have more than 100,000 officially mapped out services that we know of, that our citizens interact with. The challenge is most of these services are accidental. They are almost like the result of the processes that we had as experts in our back for the longest time. So, you know, in the end of the day, a person is not going to look for a service like hire a solicitor. They're actually interested in buying a house, like Laura mentioned. Like, there are these key moments that we need to center our services around and understand exactly what sorts of language do the users use when they are describing them. You know, they're not going to be interested in wildlife conservation. They're going to be interested in converting their barn. And they don't really care about what sorts of legal proceedings are attached to it. We care about it, but they don't. They are not going to search for those keywords. And I think most of the time governments tend to default to the educational aspect way too much. You know, we assume that if we're going to tell our users just what our processes are and what our legal system is, and if we'll teach them what the terms are, then everything's going to be okay. But that's just not the way things work. We need to assume to a certain degree that, you know, our job is there to make a person's life easier. So let's remove that jargon, let's remove that technical and legal language, let's remove our processes from their site, and let's make it about them.
Life events, yeah, I like it very much, so I think that could be the focus. But you were also mentioning about, silos and the necessity of standardizing, having a common approach. But my question is to all three of you, centralization or decentralization? In which direction are we going? I mean, is it better for your experience to have centralized public services that follow the same standards and are centrally controlled, managed, administrated, or rather decentralized and leave also local authorities their freedom to craft their services, their digital public services, and to make them more custom to the users in different contexts, different realities? Where are we going? What's your experience on this? Lara, you want to start?
I'll go. You always ask me the hard ones. So I think that at the local level, they know the landscape, they know their authority, they know their, the municipal level, they know what is distinct to them. So I think it's good, like in the UK, we've got the central level where we've got the standards, we've got the principles, we've got the enforcement with the assessments to make sure services work for people. And we've noticed in local authority levels that they're copying that. So you look at the council for where I live on the south of England, and they've copied the exact design, and they're really interested in how they can use the same processes. So there's been a lot of talk about, is there like a local GDS, for like local services? I mean, at the end of the day, they're all the same people, and there is a connection between. So I think maybe the question is more about how do we collaborate together better, rather than who gets the power, because I think they both have their own knowledge, and that's both important. So yeah, how do you connect that together is the question for me at the moment.
Žydrūnas, do you agree? Is it collaboration, or is it focusing more on central or local level?
And yes and no, because it depends on the environment. However, I would say rather yes, because centralization and the standardization is quite key. I would say more on that, and technology is behind. For example, in Lithuania, we are running the project data modeling, metadata governance. So meaning that without the data, you can't provide the service. So you first is the data, then technology behind it, and how you build that service. You have to have tools and environment. Decentralized building services, you can build, the environment for programmers. They can build, on the standard tools and standard environments, digital services. Fine. However, if we will provide low-code, no-code builders, with the new project we are running here in Lithuania, so we will provide, standardized tool building and in quick make, the service possible. So meaning, yes, sometimes centralized fine, sometimes decentralized, and the copy with the standards and the data, it would be necessity. So I would say the both.
You know?
I think we all know that the combination is going to be a bit of both, isn't it? Right? Like, there isn't necessarily a right answer here. It very much, I think it depends on the context that you operate in. I think in principle, if you want to have centralized services, that means that you have to have a pretty darn good trust of users in the system and in the government that they operate in. And surprisingly, I mean, in the UK, our trust of citizens within the government is actually not that great. It's at the same level as one of the really conflicting countries at the moment in the East. So we have our struggles when we try to centralize our services, right? Of course, GovUK is the home for majority of the forms and the information for that. But we still have local teams, local departments, local administrations creating their own variations of the websites just because people don't necessarily trust that view of GovUK. And I think for the longest time we've also struggled to actually establish some sort of a login system, you know, something that recognizes a user as a particular person who is now interacting with the government services. And I think it is to do with that trust because nobody really wants to be recognized as the person who has searched for how to leave the country and, I don't know, like find an employment somewhere else and buy a house at the same time and how to maybe cheat the system. They don't want to be recognized. They want to maneuver through the system at the moment anonymously. And I think that's the struggle of centralization. But localization, it has its own benefits because it's closer to the users. It will know them by the beat of heart. But also it means that that variation of services is going to be vastly different. And we're not going to be able to assure and standardize and, yeah, to assure the quality of them. You know, in the end of the day, services are they're not that difficult if you think about it. What makes a good service is always the same. It's making sure that we address, you know, we name it in the right way. It's named after what the users name it. We make sure that we actually explain what the service is all about. And we make sure we deliver the end goal for the user swiftly, efficiently, and without too many forms to fill in. Right? So, yeah, a bit of both.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you mentioned a key word here: trust. Trust in the public organization, a public body. In Lithuania, is it something that you're working on as well? Is it a challenge, or are you fostering this trust relationship on your users? How are you facing that? How are you tackling that?
Well, we got the clear message from Prime Minister, so as key starting notes, and so it's all set the high expectations to regain the trust, and I'm really on that, and we need to build, as Ina mentioned already. So these services has to be simple, easy access, 2-click, without any complications. So why we are think and then follow the UK. So why we follow the EU regulations with the all, you know, technology behind, like authorization, AIDAS node, and etc. So meaning that we need to build and we need to think differently. So building simple services, building simple application in your pocket, government in your pocket, where you can easy access, 2-click access to your profile, and then when the citizens will see how it's easy and simple, they can get and served by government, receiving the push notifications, like if the NATO next time will be in organizing the event in Lithuania in Vilnius, so I believe so you will all get in your mobile app notifications where the way to go, since there are plenty of visitors within the city. So meaning the simple service, regain the trust, ask the questions, do the survey, what we do. That's the way what we need to regain the trust of citizens.
And maybe one more thing that I would add to this is that well, if you are just starting on the digital transformation journey, then from my personal take would be to go the centralized route. Just because tech debt is a pain in the right? If you start building separate systems where they host the data on separate servers, if you start looking at multiples of interfaces where it's not clear how the language translates from one side to the other or how one service connects to the other, you're going to spend ages trying to navigate what exists out there. Us, ourselves, we don't even know our full extent of the tech debt. Right? Like we consistently in the government discover websites that someone created 20 years ago as a team. It still functions as a site that our users are working on, and yet nobody is taking care of it because all of the people within that original team have already left and moved on to other organizations. So we discover these random sites and all of a sudden, oh, that makes sense why they're confused. You know, we're redirecting them to this site randomly, and we don't even know that it's in our pocket or in our care. So yeah, centralization might be the way to go if you're just starting.
Well, thank you, Ina, for confirming. I'm really appreciate so that we are going the right direction. Saying more that we are going to introduce very soon GovGit, meaning that this is a centralized code repository where all the public sector organization can start and build, you know, the all applications and store the code and centralized API gateways, exchanging the data services between the registries is the way we're going. And thank you, Ina, for confirming that we are in the good direction.
I was going to say, I also agree that centralization gives you that consistency. And one thing that we've created a whole service around forms. So we've got gov.uk forms, where there are teams that they don't have the capability, they don't have the developers or, you know, the team there to set up the form that is needed for some specific service somewhere. There might be a very small team, very underfunded somewhere, which is often the case. So they can use this service to generate a form and just build it and then put it live without any knowledge of technology at all. So that was one way we've mitigated it, but it is interesting that it's just more forms, isn't it? Like, how do we get away from just filling in forms and automating that, or people not entering in things, you know, over and over again, the same information?
Yeah, I like it a lot. So a centralized standard for setting the ground, but incremental developments that I think we heard it even earlier today in the conference, and I think that's really the winning way forward. I have a last question for you all, if I may. And okay, let's say you're lucky enough that as a public body you have in mind your clear need, you have validated with the end user, so good. You have in mind what you need. Now you have to go out and basically bring it on board. As Intelera, we're also involved in a European Commission ESME initiative called Spin for EIC, which is trying to focus on innovation procurement of innovation, putting together on one side EIC beneficiaries, which are providing this innovation, and the public buyers who are trying to bring it on board. And we've seen that often it's a challenge to procure solutions which are rather innovative. In your experience, how are you facing, and we have here an excellent example. I mean, GovTech Lab Lithuania is an excellent example of who is focusing exactly on this. Just curious to know if you had any other cases or examples or experience to mention. Laura, want to go for it?
So have I got experience of procuring external support for building public services? I have. And what do you want to know about that?
Well, how did it go? I mean, how did you make it work? What was the path? How did you bring in the innovation in the public sector?
So I'm not a procurement expert. I've been on panels to obviously procure services like this from external bodies. The procurement process in the UK is quite tricky. We have our own frameworks that people apply for, and they sit on that framework. This is just one way it works. And I think the advice I would give for anyone going through that procurement process is to, we're looking for an alignment of mindset, but also how can they bring in new skills and things that we don't have. So the core mindset is that our users come first, that we have to meet the principles and the standards that we set, but what new stuff can you bring to us that we don't already have? That, we have capability gaps in government, and it's especially in some of like the newer things that are happening. So yeah, how can you stand out, I think, is the main thing.
Before you move on, we have some audience questions. If you are ready to jump in and to ask at least a couple of them before we finalize.
Thank you very much, with great pleasure. So yeah, maybe Žydrūnas, you're saved by the bell. So maybe we have just time for one or two. Well, Žydrūnas, how do you get user data from slow-changing institutions? How do you acquire data?
So we have a possibility to ask the questions directly in the portal. So we collecting the data from the registries since we are central focal point to building the services. So we within the public sector there are some strict law that we can follow, and we sign the contracts between the organization when we building the services, so we are safe on that, and we exchange the data.
I love what Žydrūnas is saying there. I think in most cases when we reach out to the users or when we're starting on a user-centered journey ourselves, a lot of our investigations are manual. You actually have to go out there and do the interviews and talk to the people and all of that. But if you are already building certain systems, you can embed feedback mechanisms into the service from the get-go. And that's how you can collect the data and their feedback without having to do extensive and laborious and actually time-consuming interviews. So this is a wonderful way how to make sure that you are future-proofing your services and you're consistently iterating upon them with live feedback.
Very final point, 30 seconds each for your final pitch. I have a final question here, and I'm sorry for all the others that we don't have time to tackle, but I like this one. It's stating, it's important to involve users, but often happens that sometimes government avoid doing that because they're afraid of criticism. So, final statement, keywords. Why is important to involve users? What's the added value? Have your final pitch, thinking of future public services, importance of involving the users. Go for it.
If you're going to go to the users with your solution, obviously you're going to face criticism. What you need to go to the users with is a challenge space. You need to give them the auditorium to voice their concerns, to voice the challenges that they're currently facing in the space that they're trying to achieve their goal in. So it's not about the solution and the feedback to solution, it's about what sorts of challenge are you trying to solve for them.
Žydrūnas.
Well, I have to fight. Since we collecting the feedback, we build on the feedback, the application and functionality, we show the public bodies, and they say no. These guys are afraid. That's the challenge, me to fight against them. So meaning that we need to start, with the simple and clear and very, very, very centralized services, which is serving the needs of the citizens. That's the basics. And what I really would like to point, so we need together design the service and test the service. That's the way to go.
Laura, final 10-second pitch.
I've got two things. You've got to find a different language, so you've got to start talking the language of the people that hold the power, so money saved, money wasted on development, reputation waste, all those things. And I've forgotten what the second thing is now. Yes, but mainly talking the new language, I think, is definitely the main thing. And also, now I've remembered it, do it anyway. Just do it anyway. What's the worst thing that can happen? Don't tell them that you're doing it. Don't tell them you're speaking to your users. Just go and do it. And then what's the worst that can happen?
As we opened this morning, don't be afraid, just do it.
Just do it.
Great. Well, a big thank you, Ina, Žydrūnas, Laura, for being with me today on stage. Thank you very much for this interesting panel. Thank you all for following us. And of course, I invite you all to keep you following our sessions throughout the conference today. Thank you and see you around.
And as we just explored the future of public services and how to fulfill citizen needs, it's equally critical to consider the role of safety in our society to build that future. On a more serious note, now it's time to shift our focus to one of the most critical topics of the day: defense innovations. In light of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, Lithuania is positioning itself at the forefront of military technological advancements to strengthen its security and defense strategies. In this Fireside chat, we will explore the urgent need to defense innovation. We will discuss how Lithuania is adapting to new threats and taking action to strengthen regional stability. We are honored to have Colonel Romualda Šimonytė, Director of the Warfare Institute of the Training and Doctrine Command of the Lithuanian Armed Forces, as our main speaker. Joining him on stage is moderator Dr. Sigutė Stankevičiūtė, Head of Menu-Future Lab at the Innovation Agency of Lithuania. Please join me in welcoming both of them on the stage.
So far away from each other. So I would like to start this session with a confession, actually. We know each other, Raimondas, quite well. We spent last week together at Miltech Academy, and that was one of our activities to promote innovation in defense jointly with Lithuanian military. So, Raimondai, what do you think? Is it important to cooperate in promoting defense innovation? And what is more important, to cooperate between institutions or to cooperate with industry?
So I guess both cooperations are important. Let's say if you follow the path from the idea till final user, I guess both institutions are necessary. I guess even more institution can be involved in the certain process. So I would say that it's, from, as we call it, from zero to hero. So all institutions are necessary to get certain results, especially in defense industry.
Mm-hmm. And at Miltech Academy, we had guests from Ukraine and from Pennsylvania Armed Forces. And what I heard from them, that for them it was quite unusual to cooperate with government and institution, like innovation agency, which is not part of a defense ecosystem as such usually. And Raimondai, when we started our cooperation, how did you feel? Did you trust us from the first time we met, or it took some time for you to build a trust, to understand what we need, and to start actually our cooperation?
I guess we were very similar at that age. We are looking what we can do in regards of innovations, and I guess you were also in the similar stage what we can do and we can contribute. I guess we just come together and we chat what can do. So then suddenly certain ideas come back, let's say, to our Miltech meeting. I guess it's great success. It's not let's say, my opinion and feedback from the people, even from people with uniform. I guess InnoChecks is also one of the good examples of our cooperation. When, let's say, idea becomes a real thing, let's say it will be helpful for innovators, to get, let's say, at least a little amount of money for that time, but as far as I know, will not stop, and InnoChecks will continue next year, so it will be more beneficial.
Yes, I think we will think of new activities together as well, because we started only a year ago, and we already have all the initiatives coming and appearing. So we had Defense Innovation Vouchers, we have Innovation Challenges, we had NATO Innovation Finals in Lithuania, what else? We had Miltech Academy, and one of the upcoming, our initiative will be Miltech Sandbox. So I know that GovTech also has their sandbox, but our sandbox should be a little bit different because, well, we speak about military and cooperation with military, and what we often hear from industry, that we need to get the access to the military. So, Raimundai, do you think that the Sandbox initiative is the most important of what we do, or what we will do together, or everything is important and everything plays an important role and contributes in promoting defense and innovation?
Okay, I wouldn't say that it's the most important. Okay, I'll just try to probably to illustrate my thought by following example. Let's say if you have a small child, you take his hand and, you know, going with him through the difficult obstacles. You know, each institution have, let's say, a certain role for education and teaching this young child. I guess in terms of us, Trade and Innovation Agency, we have certain role in this education also. The Sandbox is one of the stages, let's say, to get product from idea to let's say, to certain prototype, and the next steps will be, let's say, production. The Sandbox, I guess, it's will be area where startups now have problems. Let's say they have drones, but the drone, you know, not reconnaissance drone. It sometimes is designed by hidden targets. So, but they need safe, legally safe environment to, let's say, connect the drone with certain explosives. So I guess the Sandbox it's not only for defense, let's say, sector, but for our innovators also. And I guess it's for facilitate the implementation of idea to the practical things now.
We also think that Sandbox will be something unique in Lithuania, but when we started this idea, I think the first time we met and we said that we want to do a sandbox, we don't know how to do it. And I remember you also proposed some ideas, and then somebody else had completely different ideas how the sandbox should look like. And once we now are traveling around the world and visiting different countries and their different Miltech sandboxes, we can see that it exists. And every country has its own approach, and also it depends on the country's budget and the size, I guess. So there are huge sandboxes. Their annual investment comes from 65 million every year euros. And then there are smaller ones, or something that is just like Latvia has, like a small, I don't know, premises at the ranges. What do you think Lithuania needs? Something big and giant, or just a small place where the main key should be cooperation between institutions, between Lithuanian military armed forces, different forces, and also our industry as such?
Let's say the problem have, let's say, two ends. As you see, with, let's say, many alliance troops here located in Lithuania, we have, let's say, a certain problem for our training. And we also hear certain limits for our polygons currently. And when we want to expand to do that, there is certain, let's say, certain reactions in let's say, our public sector. So Sandbox, of course, it's, you know, it can be, as you probably saw, in Canada. But here we have, let's say, simply saying land problem, you know. We could start from the virtual infrastructure and continue with, let's say, a small facility where startups can, you know, start their idea to implement to reality. You know, we could start from the simple building, you know, ensuring those A category classification security requirement when people comes and, you know, safely work and do their job.
And sometimes I can hear people asking me, why do you do all these initiatives? Why do you need Sandbox? Why do you need a Miltech Academy? We have so many other institutions who can provide that. And I always remember what Raimondas once said, that we need to think about who our client is, and our client is actually industry. So we both cooperate, we both are stronger together to provide the services for the industry, so that industry could grow, so that industry could help us to defend our country in case it's needed. And Raimond, very recently, your institute became one-stop shop for the industry, what relates to defense innovation. How many applications do you receive? Is it constantly people calling and asking, or it's just sometimes there is more, sometimes it is less?
You know, since let's say beginning, we start to count them, our contacts in our meetings, but when we exceeded 50 something, we not counting anymore. So, but what is important, you know, it's always my plea to industry, let's come and talk, you know, because sometimes you just can spend, let's say, 1 or 2 years in your laboratory, you know, to, I don't know, to with a certain device. But after 2 or 3 years, you'll come to us and we'll say, yeah, it's fine, but you know, we don't need this. So, so I would suggest to industry or just startups to come to us, to call to us, to write an email, and to discuss on the idea. You know, it sometimes can be useful, not originally designed for. You know, we can advise. It can be used in certain areas, certain possibilities. So, again, from let's say investors' point of view, I always advise now to have, let's say, in your contract, checkpoints or breaking points. Let's say if you're not exceeding certain points what you agreed, so from the investor point of view, it will be much more safer, you know, to have, let's say, the fail after 3 or 1 year, or then compare with the failure with after the 3 or 5 years. So it's to all of us save time, you know, and previous discussion I hear discussion about subject matter experts. I would say if you have a chance to you know, to chat with a final user, do it. If you have a chance to work with final user, let's work. As example, you know, many our, let's say, industry and startups going to Ukraine, not fighting, but you know, to be near the line of the front line to see how the equipment is working.
Talking about Ukraine, so how do you help, or do you help our companies to get to the Ukraine military, to get tested, or at least to get the feedback or some insights how the product should look like? What do they need?
You know, it's
of course, if you can tell us.
Yeah, I guess it's the first important. It's to have subject matter experts, but subject matter experts, it should be in a certain level. And you know, let's say device will reach till, I don't know, 6, 8, or 9. You need a test in live mode. So I guess Ukrainian, you know, it's the best polygon. You know what you'll do, it will create. I guess it was a very good example with the drone procurement. The certain companies were selected. They have a test in Ukraine, and I guess let's say defense industry can be sure that those machines are operating in the certain environment. To be more precise, in electronic warfare. So one of the Sandbox idea was electronic warfare.
Yes,
so, but we'll see how it happens. It's a technical challenge. I'm not sure that we'll succeed to do that, but we'll see.
And well, usually companies need not only advice, they also need money, they need sorts of things. And when we talk about general companies, but in defense sector, it's even more difficult because, as you mentioned, the best testing place is actually where the warfare is, in the act of actual war. And do you think that makes actually difficult for the companies to produce their products, to develop the product from the prototype to the actual commercialized device that can be used in actual warfare? Or it's not really matter, and we can do it in lab and any lab activities or even in exam boxes?
You know, as I mentioned as example, electronic warfare, let's say one of the issues what we are tackled with, so it's not only, let's say, in the private sector, even in military forces. So it requires certain requirements, certain environments. So unfortunately, we don't have such a space as Canada have. So because you know you cannot jam, you know, to half of Vilnius testing your equipment, you know, because we will be also unhappy, you know. So as I mentioned, Ukrainians is safe, let's say, safe place to test this equipment, as you will be in the real life, not virtual life, will be real life.
I'm sure you heard of people talking that maybe we should not invest in innovation, in defense innovation, that at the warfare you only need a lot of equipment or a lot of people, and that's it. You don't need innovation there because innovation is expensive, it's risky, and why do you think about risky things than the war actually happening? What do you think about it? Maybe innovation is actually contrary, a key of success for small countries as ours.
Many thoughts. I don't know. I just to try to illustrate the first idea which came to my mind. Let's see, OODA loop. It's decision-making process. Like it's like 4 simple letters: observe, orient, decide, and act. I guess in spite of, let's say, the state of our equipment, looking to the Ukraine, let's say, even on the electronic warfare, you see after 1 week, after 1 month, that the certain device is already not operating. So it's impossible to stop. So, but switching to the, let's say, real life, I guess we all recognize that innovation is coming, especially, let's say, in the data production. If you have, let's say, 1,000 photos from the satellite, from intelligent, and guess, if a human will spend it takes, let's say, weeks. If you have, let's say, artificial intelligence tools, it'll take, let's say, hour or 1 day, depending on your machine, what you're operating for. Of course, it depends on reliable data, and probably here's a place for our industry. Especially for the satellites, we are, let's say, getting certain services from the abroad, but probably now receiving certain equipment as a HIMARS. We should think about our national capabilities, including the Intel data. So I guess there is a lot of space for improvement for our, let's say, satellites.
And the reason why I asked you this question, because we had this discussion at Miltech Academy, and somebody asked actually our colleagues from Ukraine, what do they think about it? And I remember what I think Valery, he said that for Lithuania, innovation is where we can prove our strength, because we are in a unique situation and our minds and our talented people can really do amazing things. And they said that we already see it in the battlefield in Ukraine. So innovation is extremely important, and it's not just a buzzword. It's really changing the warfare, and may also change the ending of the war as well. But Raimond, you already mentioned some of the technologies that are emerging technologies and that plays a crucial role in defense and in warfare. What else you can say that it's important and that will change the way we actually do a battlefield?
So you mentioned the word ethic, when you think about the ethic, and we'll think about certain places in Ukraine, like Bucha. If you will, speak with a prisoner of war who's coming from Russia with a woman and man, so I guess you will have very little dilemma for the ethic things. So, but please do not forget, NATO is defense alliance. It's defense alliance. So.
Yes, it is. We have all to remember that and to be ready to fight for our country. And then we speak about readiness to fight for our country. My colleagues from Strategic Communication Department of Lithuanian military always says that the enemy comes only to the soil that is welcoming them, that is waiting for them, and that where we have information warfare and information operations that actually influence our mindset. And even though we do not want to think in that way, but we somehow start not to trust our government, not to trust our military. And I'm sure that everybody heard of that expression that if the war in Lithuania started, or if the Russia would attack us, it can do it within 24 hours. I think that was written on the website. And I remember Thomas Tauginas said, yes, it's only possible to attack Lithuania and to take over Lithuania in 24 hours if we do not defend. So defense and the will of our people is extremely important. And Raimondai, do you think that information operation technologies that helps to do actually information operations also plays a crucial role during the battle?
I guess it's no doubt that it's crucial. Probably some what's going on in connection with innovation in the industry. Let's say NATO now switching from joint operation to multi-domain operation. What does it mean in practice? Instead of common domains like land, sea, and air, also space and cyber domains. So I guess for those two, I guess there's a lot of room for improvement from the civil side also. I guess cyber defense or cyber issues are important not only in wartime or crisis, but in peacetime also. So regarding the space capabilities, I already mentioned. So I mean, it's how to say, as I'm joking, the state-of-art equipment in armed forces hand, well-educated and trained personnel is the best deterrence. Not talking about economical things, taxes and etc., working places and
yeah, so and everything is part of the information warfare. And I would like to come back to our industry. And the reason why, because I also sometimes hear people commenting that, look, Lithuania, a small country, you did not invest so much in defense innovation before, you only started doing it now. Probably you will get some difficulties in raising your companies to the level that they could compete internationally. And you know very well that usually the most of the contracts are won by prime contractors, the big companies, and by big countries that invested years and years in defense innovation. Do you still think that Lithuanian companies have a chance to beat them, or to do better, or maybe to contribute to their development?
For sure. Probably I would suggest to look, for example, as country example to the Sweden. I guess it's not huge size, but when you look what they in military production, let's say armed vehicles, planes, submarine ships. I guess it's one of those examples, or where, let's say, our direction where we should go. So I guess it's we have enough clever people in our country, industrial capabilities to do that. So I guess in one of the talks I mentioned that probably we should take care a lot about our national industry, about our startups. Back to, let's say, public procurement rules, I guess we should have more protections there. As I'm joking or giving an example, if things cost €1, but we have proposal from abroad for the 19 cents according to our rules. So the winner will be the cheapest solution. Probably it's not the case when you start count taxes, working position, etc. So I guess our industry should be more protected. And back to let's say governmental orders or let's say projects. I guess we simply saying we need a story of success. If you have, let's say, with our help together, one or two stories of successes, everybody will see that it's possible. Even build a Ferrari.
Okay. And do you think that we already have one success story? I will remind you, we organized NATO Innovation Challenge here in Lithuania, the finals were, and all the companies from all NATO allies were able to participate in it. And we actually received applications from all of them, and the commission was made from NATO partners. And you know what happened? Lithuanian companies won first and second place. So Brosform and Mandaimanics, we are proud of them, and that proves that we started to promote defense innovation very recently. Yes, we did. But our companies are extremely innovative, and they can prove the world what Lithuania is. Not to mention all the contributions to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. So we together can do much more than we think, and we just need to trust. I think that's what our director, Romualda Stragienė, mentioned at the Miltech Academy, that the trust is the key element everywhere, in defense innovation as well. So thank you, Raimondas. It was very nice to have you here, and I think our message is that together we can do much more than we can do alone. And our cooperation is the best proof of that, because we would not be able to promote defense innovation alone. Raimundas probably would be able, but also not as good as together. So our cooperation proved that we can take Lithuania to the next stage and to the next level in defense innovation. Thank you very much for listening to us, and you can find us anytime at Lithuanian Military or at Innovation Agency.
So thank you both for discussing such an important topic and moving forward one of the most conservative sectors. Dear audience, in a moment we will have a final chat before our lunch break, but before that I want to introduce you the Idea Lab, which is right outside the main hall. Think of it as the playground for your brain, where you can find 6 future-shaping concepts on how AI and the public sector can collide or team up in new and fascinating ways. Through this space, you are invited to broaden the spectrum of future possibilities and pose yourself a critical question. Just because we can do certain things, should we? This project is co-created and brought to you by the public sector institutions and academia as part of the GovTech Sandbox program. To know more about the program and these concepts, we will now jump to a fireside chat with the GovTech team leaders from GovTech Lab team. And if you've ever met anyone from their team, you should know that they always have something exciting brewing. And this time is no exception. So to join me here on the stage, I would like to welcome Liucija Sabulytė, the head of GovTech Lab, and Dovilė Gaižauskienė, GovTech Field Manager and Curator of the GovTech Sandbox program. Welcome. So ladies, first of all, a big thank you from all of us and to the whole team of GovTech Lab for having us here today and creating such an inspiring event. Also, congratulations on your big achievements. What started as a fresh project nobody knew about just 5 years ago, now is one of the strategic forces for driving innovation in the public sector. So well done. And today, during our chat, we will focus on the Sandbox program. Liucija, can you tell us all about it and what challenges you aim to address through this program?
So hello all, it's really nice to see you all here and welcome you all at the 5th conference of GovTech Leaders.
Hello everyone, super excited to be here with you.
Yeah, and as already spoke about, GovTech Lab is working on the ecosystemic level to support public sector innovation, and we work on such topics as innovative public procurement, innovation skills, and GovTech ecosystem building. And as for GovTech Sandbox program, it's our newest program dedicated for public sector employees, and this year we are piloting this program with 15 very brave and very curious public sector institutions. So in its essence, GovTech Sandbox is a mission-based experimentation program where we try to build new products for public sector challenges, and it also has a regulatory change element in it.
But as far as I know, it's still just the pilot of the program. So, Dovilė, maybe you can elaborate more on, how to deliver and fine-tune the program. What are your key priorities for this pilot?
As Liucija already mentioned, we are experimenting, and this year we are not creating new solutions, but we are testing new solutions with institutions. And we have very interesting part of our work, I would say, which is presented in the black hole. So it's also concept building part, where we are looking into further future than just like maybe 1 year or 2 years ahead. So we are exploring these future opportunities, and it's a new thing which we are exploring. And I think it's not coincidence, because we don't want just to have a good product like Sandbox program, but we want to have it as a future-proof product. So we are now working on that and preparing for next editions.
But as I feel, it takes some courage to participate in a new project, a new initiative that's still being tested out. So you mentioned there are 15 companies being the pioneers of this. How it was perceived by the government organizations, who were the brave ones to step in and join the program?
Yeah, actually, we know from other programs of ours that Lithuanian public sector employees are curious and keen to trying new things. That's why we didn't have like this challenge of attracting our clients, and in that sense, we are quite lucky that we have to work with such people from such progressive public sector.
Can you share some names of the participants? What are those organizations?
I just wanted to add to Lucia that these people are probably here in, I'm sure I met most of them here in the hall, so it will be possible to meet these organizations and representatives. But just to give some names, it's like Lithuanian government chancellery, Register Center. We have few organizations from like hospitals, coming from healthcare sector, and some more. Now, not to mention all 15, but yeah.
So great to hear you have a diverse set of the companies and testing out different challenges. But can you share from your personal perspective what the most interesting AI tools you've seen in the program, and what were the most interesting ideas that surprised you?
Maybe I can start. For me, probably the most interesting one is tested by Lithuanian Competition Authority, and they are testing AI tool that can detect cartel agreements in the market. So our market competition is already quite limited due to small size of it, and I think it's really interesting and intriguing to see the potential of this tool to find illegal cartel agreements on product prices, employee wages, and so on. So I'm really excited to see what kind of results this tool will bring.
Yeah, it's very interesting, I agree. And I think all tools are very interesting, but to pick one, so maybe for me it's and most of them are solving today's challenges already, and they are proving that you can add AI element and you will have a breakthrough at certain processes or services. But for me, it's the most interesting and intriguing is Futures platform tool, which helps Lithuanian government to be more future-proof, and it works as a radar builder, so they are the tool works as analyzes lots of insights, lots of signals, and it provides you some certain directions of where to look at and in the future. So it's super interesting. So it's a strategic planning tool.
Mm-hmm. And I already introduced to the audience before our chat that as part of Sandbox program, you are also forecasting the future. So not sure where you hold the magic ball, but it's really interesting to know how you have developed those 6 concepts to see how AI and public sector can collide or team up. So how this inspiration came from, and then it's hard to decide who's going to speak, right? So many ideas to share.
Yeah, so the concepts, and these are our slides actually, these concepts, and you will see them in the hall. So these concepts were created with the use of strategic Fireside methodology. We had the co-creation process happening, so we worked with these 15 institutions in the workshops. First of all, we identified signals, changed signals which we think that will have a certain effect for us in the future. When we group them, and so it's interesting exercise in general. And then we had like the last session was designed with Danish Design Center, so we went into this future building. So this is what we've done with institutions and some experts joining us in the process. But what you will see, what is exhibited in Idea Lab has one more layer, and this layer will be present only for this event, so I really invite you to go and check. We invited also students from Vilnius Art Academy to work with AI and try to make visualizations of these future concepts. So it's one more layer and one more take on possibilities of the future. And we also invited KTU, Kaunas University of Technologies, to provide some material experiments for that. So how they would perceive the concepts we built. So it's much more than just work with our institutions. It's super exciting and interesting.
Yeah, I actually want to use this opportunity and thank all participants of our workshop to bringing your ideas, and it's all now reflected in our Idea Lab. And I want to encourage you to touch the materials that are exhibited there, because I think that is a rare chance not only read about future or listen about future, but touch it and imagine how it could be.
But can you share from your personal perspectives? You've been working on these ideas for quite some time. As far as I hear, it's like also international cooperation and academia involvement is essential in this process. What were the key discoveries, the most interesting discoveries for you personally, to encourage maybe our audience to engage more with the Idea Lab?
Probably for me, not the specific idea is the most interesting, but the fact that we are working with the foresight methodology. And I think that the main premise of foresight methodology is the most interesting and powerful one. So it speaks about the fact that there is no one future, but many possible futures. And I think that this idea is really powerful, because we tend to think about the future as prolonged present, maybe a bit better present, and this methodology gives us a tool to broaden the spectrum of possible futures, and it also makes the futures more tangible.
Thank you. And Dovile, to wrap up, what about you?
Yeah, I just would like to say the same almost as Lucia. I think the most interesting part for me is not like one idea or the other. It's the complexity of all ideas in one, and that we have to choose at a certain point. And also, I think what's interesting for me is that these digital tools or digital solutions might affect also our physical world in general. We have some ideas presented there explaining if we would live in some capsules, or maybe we will not have some, or maybe we will have some avatars attending a meeting. So I think it touches not only digital world, but merges also with tangible or like bodily reality. So I think it's also very interesting. And one more aspect maybe to add here, it's we try to make these scenarios or concepts accessible. So we really put a lot of effort into bringing these also surfaces to be touched, and also adding some more narrative around. So I think it's about also speaks about that even if ideas are a little bit radical maybe, but you can still touch, and I like this contradiction. I think it's interesting.
So it's an invitation to feel and touch the future, right, with your fingertips. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end in this discussion, so I want to thank Lucia and Dovile for sharing your ideas and insights on the GovTech Sandbox, and also inviting us for a dialogue to discuss about these possible different scenarios. As we head to lunch, don't forget to visit the Idea Lab, where you can also get some food for thought and a nice topic for discussion during the lunch break. Now let's enjoy the lunch, fuel up, and see you soon after the break. A round of applause for our wonderful speakers. from lunch. I hope you're all recharged and ready for our next session. Up next, we have Rasa Petrauskienė, member of the Parliament of Lithuania and chair of the Artificial Intelligence Task Force. She will be presenting an important resolution on the use of AI technologies in the public sector. This resolution, which was approved by the Parliament of Lithuania by a majority vote, is a major step forward, making Lithuania more efficient, fair, and shows our strong commitment to using AI responsibly for a better future. So, please give a warm round of applause for our next speaker, Rasa.
Hello. Intellectual future for AI transformation in the public sector. Dear participants, colleagues, guests, I'm very pleased to be speaking today on the topic which is becoming increasingly important both in Lithuania and around the globe, namely artificial intelligence revolution in the public sector. Artificial intelligence technology is transforming our lives, with the public sector being no exception. Not only can AI optimize administrative processes, but also improve quality of life by providing more customized and more effective services. In the next 15 minutes, I will cover the current situation of AI in the Lithuania public sector, the significance and potential of AI in the transforming public sector, as well as the challenges and opportunities related to the introduction of AI technology. Finally, I will end my speech by covering our shared vision for the future and sharing practical steps that need to be taken. Current situation of artificial intelligence in Lithuania public sector. Let me begin by taking a look at the current situation. Lithuania is a small country. It has already been taking its first confident steps towards introducing AI in the public sector. At the moment, a variety of pilot projects are underway aimed at increasing public service efficiency, improving public services, and reducing administrative burdens. In Lithuania public sector, AI technology is already contributing to the modernization and optimization in many areas, saving both time and resources. Here are a few of success stories. AI-based documents analysis system and the State Enterprise Center of Registers help automate document processing, thus reducing the employees' workload and increasing accuracy. Such systems not only accelerate administrative processes, but also ensure the efficiency of document processing and keep errors to a minimum. Advanced algorithms for optimization, tax collection, and the state tax inspectorate allows for a more effective tax collection and reduce the scale of shadow economy. These technologies are able to analyze big amounts of data, identify mess, and offer recommendations to improve the tax collection process, ensuring that all tax obligations are properly met. Third, AI is used in healthcare for faster disease diagnosis and more effective patient data management. For example, AI can quickly examine medical images or lab tests, leading to faster diagnosis and timely medical treatment. This is particularly important when time is a critical factor, and the speed of diagnosis is crucial for health or can even be a matter of life or death. Different municipalities have taken up AI system for urban management and transport optimization. These systems analyze traffic flows and in real time predict traffic jams and suggest optimal routes, so improving the quality of life for urban residents and reducing environmental pollution caused by traffic jams. Virtual assistants on institutional websites help citizens quickly find relevant information and reduce the need for face-to-face interactions. Beyond answering the most frequently asked questions, virtual assistant also assist with system navigation, document upload, and information about the available services, so reducing the workload of the employees and improving customer service response time. These examples demonstrate that AI technology has the ability to profoundly transform public services, but it is only the tip of the iceberg. In the future, as the use of AI technology continues to deepen and broaden, there will be even more possibilities to modernize and the public sector develop innovative solution system and provide even more efficient services to citizens. However, it is important to bear in mind that unlocking and full potential of AI requires not only investing into technology, but also upgrading the skills of employees and educating the public about the benefits and ethics of AI. Role and potential of AI in transforming public services. The importance of AI in the public sector is really big. Here are the ways in which AI can make a difference: optimize processes and reduce administrative burdens. Automation reduces manual processes, enabling employees to focus on more complex issues. For example, automated data processing systems can complete certain tasks in a matter of seconds, while a person might spend several hours performing the same task. This is particularly relevant in large-scale administrative processes, such as calculation of social benefits or document verification. The use of AI leads to lower workloads, less errors, and increased efficiency. Improved decision-making through big data analytics. AI system can analyze immense volumes of data and offer decision-making recommendations. This enables public sector organizations to make decisions that are based on facts and data rather than relying on intuition and guesses. For instance, AI can analyze healthcare data to detect disease outbreaks and recommend preventive measures before the issues reach the critical point. The data-driven approach allows not only for more effective solutions for existing problems, but also prevention for potential future threats. Personalized public services. Based on the collected data, public sector services can be adapted to individual needs of citizens. For example, AI can analyze people behavior patterns and recommend suitable services such as social assistance programs or healthcare services. This allows to create more user-oriented services and ensure that citizens receive the services they need, increasing customer satisfaction with public services. It contributes to citizens feeling more included and understood, and also builds their trust in public institutions. Predict and prevent issues before they arise. AI can identify potential challenges and offer solutions before they happen. For example, using forecasting models, AI predict infrastructure failures, come up with preventive measures to decrease the risk of accidents and to reduce the cost of repair. Likewise, AI can be used to assess social issues such as employment rates or social tension and provide recommendations for public policy development. Imagine a public sector devoid of lines with each citizen's personalized services and which public policy decision based on the real-time data analysis. This is not a vision for the future. This is already reality, and we must stay on the forefront of this change. The potential of AI is not only allows for more efficient use for available resources, but also enable us to create value for citizens and public service system. It is important that heads of the public sector and decision makers are actively involved in the process. AI implementation challenges and opportunities. Naturally, with great power comes great responsibility. AI implementation have major challenges, including ethic considerations, reporting, transparency, equity, and data protection. The design and implementation of AI system must follow the highest ethical standards. The public sector manages big amounts of sensitive personal data, so we must uphold the highest level of the protection and meet the requirement of the GDPR of the legal acts. Employee upskilling. The introduction of AI brings anxiety for employees, so it is essential to provide employees with education and training of AI and explain that AI is a useful tool, not a replacement for employees. Importance of cooperation with the private sector. Using AI in the public sector requires the cooperation of partnerships with technology companies, sharing of good practice, and joint participation with innovative solutions. Private companies are often at the forefront from the development and using of AI technology and can provide their insights and share the lessons learned. Vision for the future and practical steps. In the future, we envision full digitalization and automation of routine tasks. AI assistance for all civil servants, predictive analytics and shaping public policy, and real-time customer service. To fulfill this vision, we must have innovation culture, experimentation, and risk-taking in organizations. Let me conclude by stressing that the AI revolution in the public sector is already on the way. We can choose to stay at the forefront of innovation or fall behind while others advance past us. We must take bold steps forward, take learning and experimentation, and build a public sector that not only meets but are more than the challenges of 21st century. Thank you. I hope this presentation inspires you to take active implementation of AI technology in the public sector. By working together, we can bring big change in the built and truly modern and effective public sector. Thank you. Let's join our efforts to build a more advanced, effective, and citizen-focused country. Thank you.
It's always hard to be a presenter after the lunch break when the energy is going down. But now let's get ready for something special, as our next speaker is one we've been trying to get here on this stage for 2 years, but it was exactly like trying to book a meeting with a rock star, always on a tour. Finally, we managed to lock him down. So let me introduce Tiago Cunha Martins, a man who has been on the radar for so long and for a good reason. Tiago is an economist and a current board advisor at the Portuguese Science and Technology Foundation. He's also a former GovTech and Innovation advisor to the State Secretary of Justice in Portugal, which is one of the first countries in the EU to test AI in the justice system. So get ready to hear about how cutting-edge technology is transforming one of the oldest institutions in our society. Tiago, it's been a long time coming, so welcome to our stage.
One, two, three. No, I'm not here to play drums, but so they told me I'm a rock star. Let's see. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Lithuania, in Vilnius. My first time here, and I couldn't think of a better topic to be here other than public sector innovation. It's truly a pleasure. I know that GovTech Lab Lithuania, as the whole Lithuania Innovation Agency, are champions, European champions in this area. So I'm very eager and happy to be here to learn from you and hopefully to share some insights and useful or ideas or reference. How can we promote the digitalization and modernization of a specific sector that is fundamental for our democracies, justice. And I would like to start just to acknowledge something that is very important. This kind of initiative sometimes seems separated from each other, and you cannot see exactly the connection between the local, the national, and the global impact. But actually, yesterday, if you are following social media, that I'm sure you are, you understood that there was this, it was reached this global agreement, the Global Digital Compact, that has some reference. How can we regulate or can we govern the use of AI systems? That's very important. Like very different people with different cultures, with different traditions can come together and find common ground in how can we think the future in the present. So I think this event, it's kind of a concretization of that ambition, that we can connect from the global to the European, international, cross-border, to the national and local level, when we actually make the difference in people's lives. And this is something that I would like to start with. So
over the last...
Sorry, because for me, it's very important to understand that anything starts with a vision and a plan. And this is something that we learn from the beginning in different departments, but specifically in the justice sector, that sometimes is seen as an unchangeable area or a ministry that is very hard to promote change. And for us, more than to bring in technology or to bring in cutting-edge solutions, it's more about to have a clear vision of what we want and how can we put technologies, etc., in favor of that vision. So the idea today is to share some thoughts of this digitalization process that is being done for the last 20 years, and it goes along, let's say, an innovation framework that we did our benchmark and try to think what would be the most useful within our political context, with our legal constraints and with our people. So we understood that digital transformation is not about technology itself. More than that, it's about people, to put people in the stage. Because if there is a plea of solutions, if there is this wave that is very overwhelming that people don't understand, oh, is artificial intelligence going to take our jobs? What can I do about it? So more than just put given technology is to empower them to understand in the beginning, to raise awareness of these possibilities that technologies bring to us. So people, it's always at the center of any innovation process or wave. And also, it's an opportunity to rethink how we do things. So for us, it's also important to understand the process themselves. So to digitalize a process, it's not just about to put an analog set of procedures and put it on top of that, some digital component. Because if that process is inefficient, doesn't really work, or doesn't really tackle the nowadays challenges, it will make it even more cumbersome. It will be even more bureaucratic for people. So we believe that technologies like artificial intelligence, or the time that we are facing right now, it's a good opportunity to rethink how can we do things as civil servants, as public sector in this area of justice itself. And for us, it's also important to understand how can we make the most out of these digital components, that is data. So we try, whenever it's possible, to collect, first to understand and then collect what kind of data is interesting for us to inform our decisions. So that's why we believe it's also important to have data-driven, evidence-based decision maker.
Over the last 20 years, the justice area
this is
in
just a
Portugal
bit of
has
the
undergone
projects
a
that we have been
significant
doing,
shift towards
but I
delivering
think
more efficient,
it shows better than
transparent,
me
and
speaking about that.
people-centered services. From the citizen card that gathered 5 different ID cards and can be used for online authentication and electronic signature, to the on-the-spot and online firm that made it possible to set up a company in a faster, paperless and convenient way, or the court's digital transformation through the electronic case management system. Several reforms have already been carried out with the purpose of delivering better access to justice. These shifts were enhanced by a strong collaboration between government, companies, universities and civil society, which we now want to widen and take forward. For instance, in Bupi, the Portuguese digital land registry platform, the GovTech ecosystem developed a mobile app that enables people to instantly start the registry process by recording the geographic coordinates of their lands. Also, as a result of the collaboration with a startup, we have launched an AI-driven generator for business names that relates them with the economic activity of the companies, making it easier and faster to choose an appropriate name. In courts, the automated anonymization of decisions currently being developed will foster transparency by making court decisions publicly available, and will also facilitate judges' work by reducing search time. These machine learning systems enable better activity management, eliminate repetitive tasks, and improve the quality of services delivered to citizens and companies. As these projects are being developed, it's also time for the Portuguese Justice GovTech strategy to take one more step towards a closer collaboration with the ecosystem. The Justice Challenge invites startups, research centers, and academia to answer to the justice sector needs with new, innovative projects. It's a close collaboration initiative to successfully overcome different challenges, from court digital transformation to the citizen and company registry lifecycle, from industrial property to the criminal investigation or the prison system. Visit govtech.justica.gov.pt and join us in tracing a new path for justice in Portugal.
So we understood that we couldn't do anything just by ourselves. So we had to understand the context, the ecosystem that we work on, and how can we take the most out of these relevant stakeholders, meaning lawyers, judges, but also citizens and companies that use our services. That's why we came up with our GovTech strategy, and we believe it was one of the first, one of its kinds in the sectorial area like justice. And why? Because, again, we understand it's not about technology, it's about empowering people to do more. why also? Because even if we put technology within public sector, if they are actually not used, the public sector, it will be a cemetery of technology solutions because people won't use it. So we will lose our money, our funds, our time. So it's important to empower people, but also to promote upskilling and reskilling initiatives. What we have been doing for some time under the GovTech strategy. For example, we just created a mini MBA tailor-made for the justice sector, when we give the opportunity for justice leaders to understand some key components of this digital revolution, like strategy and leadership, the digital transformation, but also how to cope with change, how to cope with the need for teams to be efficient in this changing environment where the constant is the changing all the time environment. And we also understand that changing, or that change comes, or it's pushed forward because of, or also by regulation. And instead of seeing it as a threat, we see it as an opportunity to promote that new level of digitalization and try to take the most out of these initiatives. In Portugal, any wave that we put since the 2000s, it was because of public sector initiatives at the national and at the European level that push us to do more. And since we are talking about the public sector directive, or talking about the Berlin Declaration, or more recently the AI Act, or within public administration, for example, how to promote cloud computing or take the most of this cloud infrastructure, we understood that this would be, that can leverage what you do and how we do it, to rethink, again, what I was saying, the processes. And we must do it on an ecosystem type of framework. To understand this is important to have everyone on board. It's not just about the political level or administrative level. If everyone is not pushing to the same direction, things won't happen. So we understood that if we start launching, to take risks and start doing initiatives to promote this bringing of people together, would make the difference. And that's why we implemented a set of initiatives, as is in the video, like the open challenges and hackathons. That actually was a big surprise, and I'm guessing you feel the same, that startups really want to work with public sector. Sometimes they just don't know where to knock, who to talk. Because if they are developing a solution for the retail sector, why not to develop a solution for, let's say, official registries that have the same kind of organizational burdens and issues? Why not? And actually, we have another plus. We are doing or working for the common good. So I think that's also a nice element to promote ourselves, that we are bringing cutting-edge technology in an area that favors the common good, everyone, not only have in mind the personal interest. And we also do that trying to have the most knowledge or the cutting-edge information and knowledge available, specifically in academia. So, for example, we just launched, the Portuguese government launched a PhD funding program that funds PhD programs for students that are eager to study about a specific public sector issue. In particular, what I'm saying today, in the justice sector, we give scholarships to think, how can we think about the future of public sector in Portugal? And we do that in a network kind of way. Zooming into the justice administration, we have a central space, for example, for this kind of collaborative initiatives, but also a network of small spaces, of small programs that they work together as a whole, not only as a separate or ad hoc initiatives. So just to what I was saying to you, sorry. I think it's also important, I was saying that with some of our guest speakers today, is that we also need a quick win mentality, but that solves concrete initiatives that has the opportunity or as the conditions to be mainstreamed, to be known, to be in people's mouths. Otherwise, this hype, for example, as GovTech, might has some challenges in consolidating itself. So we believe it's very important to have concrete agile projects, for example, for this kind of initiatives, for the anonymization of court decisions. So in Portugal, it's mandatory to publish court decisions, but it was done manually. So imagine people, their job description, it was to manually erase personal data. Would you like to do it? Perhaps during a week, but not as a full-time job, right? So these kind of initiatives are very important for us, and our experience is that we have to try, because problems will come, and we have to face, and that's why we need to have the political mandate to take risks and to make mistakes, because we only understand some of them when we are actually doing them. And dealing with this beast called artificial intelligence or machine learning algorithms, sometimes we cannot cope or foresee in advance. So I believe it's very important. And just to give you 2 more examples, for example, in Portugal, if you want to create a company, you can already do it digitally, but it used to take some time. So over time, we kind of fast forward this process, and we reach to this goal. How can we create a company in 10 minutes? How can we set up a company in 10 minutes? And the example I'll give you today is just one of the add-ons, the features that we created in our platform, that is the company name generator. It's a very straightforward initiative. So again, this process of creating a pre-approved name for a company, when you want to register, you have a list of pre-approved names. That was done manually. So think about the person that his job description, again, is think about putting the names. So, okay, so maybe for a week, he has the creativity enough to come up with 10 names, 100 names. But imagine that for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. I think it doesn't go along with our times. So it's very important to understand these kind of challenges. How can we solve these public servants' issues and burdens, and how can we promote the efficiency of their tasks? And that's what we've done. We reached out to a startup there in Portugal that has had a solution for the real estate solution, and it readapted itself to create automatic name generator based on their technology. And it was something that took 3 weeks. And it's now available. If you go online to this platform, you can test for yourself. And it has an add-on, is because the name that is created, it's connected to the economic activity that the business person wants to work on. That was not the case before. So that's very interesting for us. And I will finalize just one final idea, because I'm already over time, sorry. So we wanted to make access to justice more easy. That was in 2022, when we wanted to create an assistant to make it easier to read our website. So we, of course, went on this wave of chatbots, correct? Right? So everyone has to have a chatbot down the corner, on the right, to ask questions. But we didn't want that, because that is not natural for people to talk with a PDF that has a preset of answers and doesn't really adapt to the specifics. And if you ever experience that situation, you will understand what I'm saying. Sometimes you get even more angry because you're not talking with someone that can actually answer your questions and not answer a pre-given question that fits more or less with your speech. So we come up with our own solution, but we didn't have the graphics. And all of a sudden, as you know, in October 2022, ChatGPT came about. So the OpenAI, ChatGPT technology, and we said, that's it. That's what you need. We're already thinking about these kind of solutions. Like in a natural type of conversation, we can have the same information that is already available on the website, but it's all over the place, that is rearranged in a conversational way for the citizen to understand better. And that doesn't substitute the work of lawyers or any other. It's just to start to trigger the process and make it easier to have more informed citizens. And this is leveraged by the power of artificial intelligence algorithms, and we work with a startup and a corporate company that help us to achieve that. And I invite you to go online to this website and find some more initiatives, some more projects that we started using artificial intelligence initiatives. I think they are very interesting. And I will finalize just to invite you, because we are talking about public policy, public funds. I think it's not just a matter of do stuff. I think it's a matter of do stuff in a smart way, in the best way possible. And for many years, there was this environment of starting a policy, implementing it, but afterwards we didn't check the metrics. Did we meet the expectations? Did we get the results that you wanted? Not the outputs, how many services open, but how much people we helped, how much less time people spent in a physical counter to solve a given issue. The outcomes that I'm saying. And for that, we have been working with external independent research centers to help us to make impact assessments, not only ex ante, but also ex post, afterwards, when the projects are being deployed, specifically to use well the funds that we think are not going to be here for long. As you know, there is this recovery and resilience plan that there is national money to spend, and we see that in the justice area as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because most of the time, maybe you know this, the people say, oh, there is no money to invest, there is no money to do stuff. But now there is, so there is no excuse. But can we use it in a smart way? And this is, for us, very important to use the power of data to inform our decisions, to share our data on an open data mentality, and then to assess, to have external assessments if we achieve the results. And this is very interesting for politicians to have that courage to be on the spotlight, having someone else assessing their impact. So I think that's very interesting, and I would like to thank you. I'm sorry I cannot say thank you. I tried this morning, but I won't take risks. I will just say in Portuguese, muito obrigado, thank you very much.
For you, it's ačiū. So ačiū, Tiago, for bringing such a great energy to our audience. So continuing on Tiago's topic, our next panel will discuss the critical challenges and opportunities that come with adopting AI in the government services. And of course, we'll discuss about the serious questions. Will AI find its way to the big leagues, like deciding our policies or even running for elections one day? So in this conversation, our guests will explore the balance between fostering innovation and regulatory frameworks. We'll hear about the practical implementation and how to move from concept to reality while addressing ethical considerations, security, and public trust. So, to join me here on the stage, I would like to invite Erika Kuročkina, the Deputy Minister for Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, who will provide insights from the policymaking perspective. To join her is Professor Tomas Krilavičius, Dean of the Faculty of Informatics at Vytautas Magnus University, President of Infobalt, and a board member of the Lithuanian Artificial Intelligence Association, who will bring his academic and industry knowledge for us. Following him, Linda Yak, co-founder of the Hertie School Tech Society and fellow at General Catalyst, who will explore how policy and governance intersect with AI technology and investment. Kristen Krisa, AI advisor to the Secretary of State at the Government Office of Estonia. She will share her Estonia's experiences as a leader in digital transformation. And moderating this conversation is joyful Romanas Antovičius, ICT Industry Manager at ICT Lab of the Innovation Agency. So welcome all, and take it away. A round of
Thank you very much for such a nice presentation. Hi, everybody. Hello, colleagues. Our topic today is AI-powered public sector. And then you can see the rest navigate regulation, innovation, and implementation. And no doubt that AI has a huge, huge potential. You've heard this many times before. Some people say that this is even bigger thing, that the internet itself, that bigger than our phones and apps altogether. And that it has a potential to change our lives dramatically. But before we dig into this, I have one question for Thomas, so we're all on the same page. So what do we actually talk about when we talk about AI? What do we mean?
Well, so first of all, hello everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this discussion. And basically, what is AI? We can look at it from very different perspective. But in general, if you look at it as computer scientist or statistician, it's big equation. So a lot bigger than we are used from school or from university, but in the end, it's big equation where you can calculate something. You give some inputs, you get some outputs. And then, of course, you can explain it, look at it from very different perspectives. So basically, these are the models which in some sense exhibit human-like or animal-like behavior. So basically, they have some predefined goal. They monitor what's happening around. So monitor, it can be just, your written input. And they provide some results to your request. And they have some internal state as well, usually. So basically, it's still something, some mathematical model implemented as software, which we can use to solve different tasks. I don't know, is it good enough answer? You can get millions of different types of answers. But when talking about AI, in the end, you have to remember, it's just equation.
Just equation. Thank you, Thomas. I hope now we're all on the same page. It was actually told to me that we cannot see the audience, but I'm not sure about you, but we can actually see you pretty well. So just so you know. Before we start digging into the regulation part and innovation part and how it all manages together and implements together, there are two subtopics that I want to touch, and I think they're very, very important. First would be challenges, and the second would be concerns. And, I want to ask the Deputy Minister, Erika, want to ask you to forget about the AI just for a couple minutes. And if you could name the biggest challenges in the public sector in European Union and of course in Lithuania, biggest challenges.
Okay, so once again, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be the second time on the stage. And thank you for the question. I'm asking this question almost every day at the ministry. And in general, in my personal opinion, one of the biggest problems in public sector, not only in Lithuania, and not only in Europe, but globally, is the lack of flexibility and openness. Because if we want a progressive, innovation-driven, effective and efficient public sector and delivery of public services, we have to be on the same page as the private sector is. Open, business-driven, and of course, business-oriented. So openness and flexibility is the first challenge. And the second challenge, when you deliver public services, basically everything is based on the use of the data. It's all about the data nowadays, not only the creation of innovative public services or innovative products in general. So the lack of data and the accessibility to the data also at the moment is a huge challenge. And of course, in Lithuania, we are moving quite successfully towards that direction. But on the European level, yes, there are a lot of various new initiatives. But still, I think that ambition is bigger than the possibilities. So two basic challenges:
openness and flexibility, and of course, the data.
The data. Thomas, maybe from the university side, what do you see the biggest challenges?
Well, so there are quite a few different challenges. So today, if you talk with business people, usually or public sector people, we have too high expectations still for what you can do using artificial intelligence. From university side, probably we have a lot of challenges still to make it work properly. So we have a lot of different models, and progress is impressive during last years. And you saw a lot of examples with image generation, with different large language models, but still, they are still pretty unpredictable. So it means that we have to make them more deterministic and do not to have very non-deterministic outputs, but really ensure that they produce what we want, not what we can.
Crystal, Linda, any challenges that you'd like to mention?
There are many, but I'll try to come up with just a few. Maybe one of them is that we're all in this big race and everyone's feeling like, okay.
It was planned.
Okay, and everyone's feeling like they're falling behind. So, and like some people, at least in Estonia, I feel it, that it's like we're running, it's a moving train, and then whilst you're on this train, you have to think about regulations, you have to think about innovation, and there's so much to think about. And then, of course, it's also about collaboration, for example, because when it comes to AI, it's not about those IT guys who live in the cellar somewhere, and then you get them out and you say, well, will you turn on this thing? And then they do it and you don't have to worry about it. It's quite different because it requires collaboration between so many different people from so many different sectors. So there are very many challenges.
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, for sharing the stage with me, and thank you all for coming. I have a very small but sharp comment to make here. So in the research I've done on foreign ministries in Germany and the US in particular, there was one challenge that was quite peculiar. It was the integration of data in existing legacy systems. So it's more on the technological side. It's data silos, right? So imagine the State Department with like 53,000 people and a lot of different bureaus, some of them working on the same topic. They all have different, translation tools, or even use the same translation tools, but they don't really communicate between each other. So I think that is a massive challenge. So more communication is needed here, and I think this is also something that you can leverage or like scale to other ministries similarly.
Thank you all. I'm sure you all agree those are all good challenges, and AI has a potential, I'm pretty sure, to solve them all one day. However, every solution is associated with certain risk and certain concerns. So most people here are from the public sector, or you deal with the public sector. Or you're just a member of a society. And I'm sure all of us here have our concerns. I'll ask you to give a few examples of the biggest concerns that you encountered or that you heard from your colleagues and around you. And I'm going to share my biggest concern. So for example, I don't want to be manipulated into doing something that I don't want to do. I want to be manipulated by AI into maybe exercising more, eating healthier, maybe learning something, with the agreement that I know that I'm being manipulated, trained. And when it comes to buying something or voting for something, God forbid, who you don't want to vote, that's like really the biggest concern on my end. So please share a few examples of the concerns, what you've kind of scared of. Let's not be afraid of that word.
I think actually we have been manipulated for years now when it comes to social media, actually, without us even realizing it, because everything you see there is basically trying to make you do something, buy something, or change something. So I guess it means that people just need to be a bit more aware of all the problems that might come. But maybe one thing that I've noticed is that people in the public sector, all those people working in the different offices, they are worried that there will be those machines and those machines will take away their jobs. But here again, I think that it's not those machines taking away people's jobs, it's actually other people who are able to use machines taking away other people's jobs who are not able to use those machines.
Yeah, I'm happy to continue. So my biggest fear is, I think, and this has been mentioned here on stage before, is that we do not have sufficient testing grounds, so sandboxes in any way, where we can use and test models sufficiently. I think this is extremely important. Also, when looking at the AI Act and other regulatory settings. So we really, really need those regulatory sandbox for high-risk models, for general-purpose models. I think, if we don't have this, we will, also lose the race, or probably, won't keep up in the quality also of the models.
Well, so of course we can talk a lot of technical things like bias or stuff like that, but in the end, actually, it's how users are going to use it. So are they going to take responsibility of the result, or are they going to blame AI? Because in the end, user is responsible for the result. So if you make some decision using the system, you should be responsible. So if you forget that and you start blaming the machine, then we have a big issue.
An easy way I like analogies. So analogy is Google. If you Google something and you get the answer and you just blindly trust it, it's still your fault, right? I mean, you picked the wrong source, correct? So the same could be applied to the AI. You still need to use your brains at some point. What are your biggest concerns that you've heard?
I will be really honest. When we are talking about the technological advancements, about the innovation, I'm not afraid of anything. But still, I have one concern. I'm really afraid of that people, how mentioned they won't be manipulated or too manipulated by the use of the technology and how you can use the technology. Here we can speak about the various disinformation operations, information operations, and etc. And we already noticed that artificial intelligence here plays the bigger and bigger role. But of course, what is important, and here I'm really concerned that the people in the public sector, the people in the general society, they would be more open-minded and they would be more curious towards understanding the technology. Because as you mentioned, you have to understand what technology, what kind of value technology can bring you, how it can help you. Yes, it is a common already almost knowledge, I would say, in the public sector that they are afraid to lose their jobs. But it's not about that. It's about the efficiency which technology can bring. It can help us to leave more open space for more intellectual job and free yourself from the very routine processes. So I'm really concerned that both public sector and general society won't be open towards that new knowledge, new understanding, and new skills, and gaining new skills to understand the value which artificial intelligence or any other technology can bring.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and see, it took us 15 minutes just to get to the beginning where we can start addressing the rest of it, the navigation and the regulation and innovation and implementation of the AI. And I have a question. I have actually 2 questions for Crystal. I'll start with the first one. You recently got back from Brussels, and where you did the presentation on a very similar topic. So what has been the plan for Estonia? What's going on in Estonia? And how can public sector organizations balance innovation as well as regulation?
That's a very good question. So where do I start? I guess when it comes to Estonia, we are quite well known as a digital country in the world. And I guess we have got the basics right. So let's talk about the basics first. So for us, in the world, we are known as very quiet, reserved people. We don't like to do small talk. We don't want to go out and talk to anyone. Maybe that's why we have 99% of our public services online, because then you can just fill in an online form and you don't have to go and talk to anyone. But we also have a digital ID. We have our X-Road, the information exchange layer. People generally trust the services. So when it comes to the government, for example, you can argue about it, but when it comes to the services, then in Estonia, people generally trust the services. Then also, so these are the basics. Then we have, although I know that Lithuanians and Latvians think that Estonians are very slow, I'm sure you agree, but actually, when it comes to thinking about AI, we already started like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and we have our AI strategy. We have updated it 3 times now. We have experimented a lot, and this is one of the things we've decided. It's very hard to regulate something you don't really understand. And unless you have this practical experience, you can't regulate things. So we have definitely decided that we'll experiment, we'll find out what AI can do and what it can't do. So we have done like 130 plus AI projects in the public sector. And some people might say that some of the projects were a complete failure. And again, we don't see it as a bad thing. Actually, you need to experiment and you learn from your mistakes as well. And I guess some countries might decide just to hold their horses and just wait and see what other countries will do and then like learn from other countries' mistakes. But I guess then you won't actually have this practical experience you need. So that's our plan. We'll experiment as much as possible. We'll try to figure out what AI can do and what it can't do, and just get in there and get our hands dirty, and sometimes fail, but sometimes also succeed.
Well, and to make all those things happen, to experiment, you need skills. So I'll tell you the secret. Sometimes all the panelists, they discuss things in the back. And what we were discussing here in the back was this skill gap that is very needed. So if you could just, tell what are the best ways to help close this AI skill gap between the public sector workforce for the future.
Mm-hmm. As I already mentioned, AI is so much more complex and it requires so many different people working together. Like you need this public sector expert who knows the service. You need the legal people who know all the regulations. You need the AI developers, AI machine learning, model builders, and so on, so on. So you need so many different people working together. And one of the things we've tried to also do is to make different sectors come together. So like have the private sector people, startup guys who see the world in a very interesting way. When it comes to the public sector people, they think they are too fast and their ideas are too crazy. And then you also have people from different universities, for example. You have actually the citizens who are using those solutions. you bring them all together and then you do things together, and this basically gives you this practical experience and helps you learn quite a bit. So I think this is probably one of the things that everyone should try to do.
That sounds as a very good plan. We'll take note here in Lithuania. Linda, you have very unique experience because you worked with the German armed forces, as well as US Foreign Ministry. And could you please share with us what has been the AI adoption experience between the German armed forces and US Ministry of Defense?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So as you mentioned, I worked with the German Armed Forces in a unit called Cyber Innovation Hub. I worked there as a civilian, so not a military official. And also I'm not speaking on their behalf right now, and just briefly kind of giving an introduction of the work I did there. Essentially this small, very startup-y, very unconventional, I would say, unit works with the troops, for the troops, and by the troops. It is basically a platform for soldiers to experiment. It is a testing ground for any kind of technical innovation, which we kind of looked at and validated, and then thought, okay, is this something we can possibly procure in the future? There have been very successful examples. For example, there was a light carpet, which we also sold back then to the Ukrainian armed forces. A light carpet is basically a little tool you can use to throw light on surfaces. So also sometimes very boring solutions. It's not fancy drones or anything, because sometimes the boring solutions are actually what are actually needed in a war scenario or conflict scenario. And one very striking innovation project which we did that also tackles AI was called rhetoric glasses. It was basically a VR glass you could put on your head, and then you could train your rhetoric skills as a soldier, as an official, but also as a civilian. It was very cheap, like just any VR glasses you can buy in a store, and then you used the software which we developed with the soldier who had the idea. And you could basically stand in a room, you could even choose the amount of people you wanted to talk to, and then the glasses would give you direct feedback on your rhetoric skills. So I think this is a great example on how we, how the Cyber Innovation Hub and then also the German Armed Forces use AI to train basically their personnel. And regarding your second component of the question on the ministries or Ministry of Defense, so I did the study. It was actually with the United Nations Innovation Cell. We looked at how diplomats in Germany and the US use machine learning and AI and what the challenges and opportunities are. And I won't spend too much time looking at the research design and method, but it was a lot of interviews. And so what was very interesting was, when we think about Ministry of Defense, they have a massive monopoly when it comes to data, right? So any kind of data, historical data, a massive amount of reports, going back to like hundreds of years. So how do you manage this knowledge? Like, there's so much potential to use that. And a knowledge management tool was something the US Ministry of Defense is currently working on. They're really trying to improve the lives and the work of their personnel. So basically using machine learning to train a model that bases all the historical data, all the reports that were written up until 8 years ago or something, so you can basically have your own ChatGPT. That was something very...
Magic, like magic.
Yeah. And of course, many other things. So they're like translation and also improving citizen service, like in any way. They have a chatbot for their own personnel in the embassies. They have a chatbot for us. But it is really important to mention here that like 99% of the models are in a pilot stage. And this, again, closes to the point you mentioned, skills gap. So if you really want to, bring projects on the way, you need a lot of personnel, technical personnel. And yeah, that was a challenge also they mentioned.
Thank you. Quite unique experience, really. Thank you for sharing. I have a question for Prime Minister. Since we're here in Lithuania, it's a great time to ask this question. So what's the plan for Lithuania when it comes to AI? And are there any support measures from the government coming, to help us with these tools and innovation and implementation and navigating the regulations?
Yeah, I waited for this question. I always have this question. Probably I want to start what already done in this area. I'm really happy that at the beginning of this year we already launched the GovTech Sandbox, dedicated specifically for AI solutions. That's amazing, and the results we will see at the end of the year, yes. Because every year we are discussing with the GovTech team in which direction we will work each year. And this year, me and my team asked GovTech Lab to work specifically on that. Why? Because during the GovTech Challenge series, you have to communicate and work in the partnership closely with private sector. Public sector people work with tech companies, startup companies, and they trying to gain knowledge from both sides, because you have to understand the challenges which public sector faces, and you have to understand how technology companies and startups, what type of solutions they can provide, what kind of technology, and etc. So I'm really looking for the results. Another important initiative which we also implemented, we decided to risk, and we decided to give the financial support with almost no criteria for the fresh startups, for the individuals, for the more mature startups, to create a new AI solutions product, let's say. Why I'm saying we decided to risk? Because we have to understand in the government, and sometimes I feel that among the politicians it is hard to understand that when you invest in technology, innovation, R&D, and etc., there is a high chance, and in the most and mostly, there will be a failure. So the same as private sector, the public sector, have to understand that there will be failures, there will be a lot of failures. So I'm trying to teach and educate public sector that you don't need to be afraid of that. And it won't be a waste of public money, no. It is a part of education of the private sector, public sector.
It's a process.
Yes, it's a process. And talking about that strategic governmental level, probably because what was mentioned at the beginning, that in the first place you have to understand what the technology is about. That's why probably we don't have the final version of the artificial intelligence strategy on the governmental level. What we have, yes, in 2019 we already had a very simple, very short AI strategy. We were among those 10 countries, the first 10 countries which had then. Last year we prepared a document which is presenting like a 3 scenarios how we as a country need and must to invest in artificial intelligence, what type of resources we need to put there, both financial and human resources, and what we already prepared At the beginning of this summer, we initiated a new platform, AI Forum, and we brought together academia, private sector, of course, public sector people, all the major stakeholders to talk. So how we should, we were talking about the AI governance in general. And in the first week of October, we will present the ecosystem, the final results. And my ambition is that that document and the results would be transformed into the final artificial AI strategy, Lithuanian strategy. But still, here I'm a little bit maybe concerned because I don't believe in various documents, strategies, and etc. From one hand, yes, it shows you a very clear direction how you as a government need to form your policies, where to invest, and etc. But from the other hand, let's look to the technology. We want to write a strategy to the very dynamic and changing technology. So it's also risky. So at the moment we are looking at, the golden middle to find that, but it's really difficult. And talking about the future investments, well, in the government, one of the major criteria to receive investments for the new initiatives is the use of AI solutions and AI technology. Of course, we're already integrating AI solutions in the public procurement process for the standardization of various technical specifications and etc. It is almost for us as Prime Minister at opening speech was telling, almost a business as usual for us. But of course there are some technological maybe and data challenges which we're facing on. So we're already working with that and quite intensively.
Well, thank you very much for sharing. Oh, we got barely 7 minutes here. I want to ask Thomas, Professor Thomas, let's dream for a second, and I think for 7 minutes actually. Imagine 5 years from now, and imagine an average government official, public office holder, public office worker. That's most of us. If you don't recognize yourself, this is the person who uses Outlook for the most, looks at Outlook for the all day. When it's not looking at Outlook, it looks at Microsoft Excel and many PDF documents and browses the internet during the breaks. How is the average day is going to look like, and how will that interaction between the human and machine would look like with the help of AI? And if you could mention something about our expectations, what should they be so we're prepared 5 years from now?
Yes, so I would like actually to start from falling back a bit. So basically, we have and had AI solutions in our systems for a long time already. So for example, and if you dig deeper, in each country you can find some solutions which were implemented 10, 15, 20 years ago. For what I remember, for example, in Lithuania in 2010, we had solution in Lithuanian Criminal Bureau for human trafficking detection from ads. So data collection, analysis, and some giving reports. So it was there. It was just not called AI, not to scare people, let's say. That it was called software, And actually, what I expect that we are going to have, probably in 5 years, we are not going to talk about AI as something special. So good technology is technology which you don't really see. And I hope that AI is going to become such technology, enabler technology which will allow for us to work easier. But I'm not saying that life is going to become easier for GovTech people. And why is that? because instead of being probably people, especially beginners or something like that, instead of just preparing solutions, you will become people who will be responsible for solutions. So you will get some drafts or proposals or almost ready solutions to check and to approve them. So it means that instead of, being somebody who prepares them and then somebody above you in organizational hierarchy approves you, you are going to be people who will be responsible for solutions provided by these systems. And basically what will happen, you will come in the morning and you will have a pile of proposed solutions. Some of them will be easier to approve because they will be pretty simple. In some cases, you will have to dig deeper to see why such decision is taken. That's why we are talking quite a lot about explainability of these things. So basically, most of the people become, kind of managers, and you will have higher and bigger responsibilities. So of course, you will have a lot less routine work. And if you'll have to delve in something, it will be more investigative work, more creative work, but in the end, responsibilities will be higher.
Amen. Sometimes we come to the panels to hear some answers. And sometimes it's also very good when we leave with much better questions that we had in the beginning. And today I hope we got both, some questions and some good answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of our panelists. Yeah, you're ready to take a break, and we'll be getting ready for our next Fireside chat. So, every public initiative aims to make a difference. I hope you'll agree with me. But how to know if it's really working? Here, this is where impact measurement comes in. And we are excited to have Connor Setley, a serial founder and a startup consultant who specializes in measuring impact. His own entrepreneurial journey started when he first co-founded a GovTech startup. So now he's kind of on both sides, experienced various shoes in his career. This year, as mentioned in the beginning, Vilnius for the first time is hosting a very important UN World Summit Awards grand jury, and Connor is one of the jury members, bringing a lot of knowledge on how to measure the impact of those initiatives that are applying for the highest awards. So joining him as moderator is Anna Lomba, junior consultant at Beta I. With a background in international and European law, she blends her legal expertise with a drive for social impact. Also, dear audience, this is a chance for you to step up again and join the discussion by submitting your questions on our slido.com platform using the code GovTech2024, or just simply scan the QR code, which is right behind me. This is your opportunity to engage with the speakers. And now I would ask for a warm welcome to Connor and Anna.
Right. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. I can see some faces over there. Okay, nice. I'm Anna. It is an honor to be here. Thank you to the Innovation Agency of Lithuania for the invitation. And I'm here with Connor. So traditionally, impact measurement has been, most prevalent in the public sector. Governments spend a significant amount of money on initiatives designed to have a social or environmental impact. However, the exercise of impact measurement has been one of the taboos and loopholes in the public sector, and that is what we are here to discuss today for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So Connor, before we start the discussion, would you like to give us a brief introduction of yourself?
Sure. Right. Hello, I'm Connor Setley. I live in Amsterdam. I'm a recovering GovTech entrepreneur. I've been clean for 2 years. I may relapse soon, but I'm clean. Actually, I spoke here 11 years ago about GovTech in Lithuania for ICT 2013, back before the GovTech lab existed, and so I'm very proud to be back. Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I work with social impact measurement and also venture capital. So nice to be here.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's get right to the chase. Impact is a big word. It can mean everything and nothing at the same time. So where do we start? What is impact?
Yeah, well, what is impact? It's a really great way to spend a lot of time talking about something. Like arguing about definitions is important, but also probably a waste of time. So let's call it, it's the change that happens in something as a result of something else. Okay. And obviously we're going to talk about it from a social impact perspective, so it's about improving people's lives, but it's really about measuring a change in something.
Okay, so we can call it real change. Impact is real change. Nice. Okay, so in your experience as an entrepreneur and in the sector of impact measurement, what is your approach to impact measurement in this case?
Yeah, well, there's like 50 different approaches. The one that really resonates with me is called lean impact. It's just like lean startup. What can you measure this afternoon? What can you measure tomorrow? What can you measure as fast as possible that indicates that what you're doing actually is improving people's lives? And here's the quick and dirty rubric. Measure a baseline, do, your stuff, and then measure the thing again. That's it, we can go home.
Yeah.
So that's my approach, is just really simple. Focus on one indicator, focus on your core North Star metric, measure it, do your thing, measure again. And obviously, on a social perspective, we're trying to improve society, so ideally that KPI is something that should create a better society.
Yeah.
But you just measure that KPI as quick and dirty as you can. That's my approach.
Okay. I think that iterative process that you're defining is by itself a little bit of a challenge for many public sector representatives here, I imagine. So on that note, why do you think impact measurement is often the elephant in the room?
Yeah. So I'm going to make some points that aren't going to be very popular, so that's okay. If you want to throw me off the stage, it's fine. I think we critically lack two things: intention and courage. When I say intention, what I mean is, in my experience, I think most public sector projects are usually born out of trying to win elections, or getting good PR articles, or soothing your boss's ego, or justifying public sector jobs. They're all great reasons to do public sector projects, but few of them are really born with an intention at their core to solve a measured problem, and there's a critical lack of that.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to fix for the people in this room, but if you have any position of power to ensure that there is an intention, a measured problem that you're going to try to fix with your project, at the core of that project, that gets you well on your way. And then courage. I think there's a lot of people over-engineering social impact measurement. It's really scary. It's expensive, which it shouldn't be. We'll talk about that later. And there's a fear of criticism. If I measure this, what happens if I'm not making impact?
Yeah.
Right? Or what happens if I'm making impact, but then some social impact measurement expert is like, well, you didn't consider displacement or attribution. And you're like, oh no, now I'm gonna get fired. So there's this fear and a tremendous, I think, lack of courage. We overcomplicate the steps to just doing it. And so I think those are the two big stumbling blocks, is intention and courage. Yeah.
Okay, but that requires a lot of flexibility too, right? To have the courage, you need to afford that courage. Do you think, and now playing a little bit of the devil's advocate here, how can the public sector be more flexible in that sense to afford that courage?
Yeah, well, it's really, really hard. So I think on the intention side of it, ideally your social impact measurement journey should begin at square zero of any project. Any project should be started to fix or improve some sort of currently measured problem. And I know that that's naive for me to say, so allow me to be cynical and say, I know that most projects are born out of wanting to satisfy Parliament or your constituents or your boss. But if you can inject that in there and say, yes, we want to improve our society, or make Vilnius a friendlier place, as measured by, you know, put that KPI at the very definition of the project if you can. Do that courageously. Fight for it if you can. And if they don't let you, just like do it anyways, like sneak it in somewhere so that it exists in the inception document. Then you're halfway there, I think, because then you've measured your baseline. If you do your job, you'll do the thing that you were supposed to do. Yeah. So embed that intention into the design of a public program, and yeah, you stand a much better chance. Yeah, as far as courage, yeah, perhaps also controversial. I don't mean to call everybody cowards, but I think the public sector is being really taken advantage of by social impact measurement experts and social impact measurement companies that bill 60,000 euros to create a theory of change. They overcomplicate and over-engineer it because they want to bill you. They're squeezing you. They're squeezing public institutions for money. What I would encourage you to do instead is bring in social impact coaching to build your own capacity and your team's capacity to say, we're going to measure this one KPI or these 3 or 4 or 5, whatever, and we're going to learn about what's the proper methodology to measure those KPIs. We're going to develop our ability as a team to do that. And then I think it's easier to have courage if you have the ability to take the steps, if you own that process and the next step, as opposed to some very elite club of, well, we're social impact measurements and how naive to think that you could measure social impact. We must do it for you as they drive their Mercedes home and laugh all the way home. So I think courage also comes with agency. It's like when you reclaim that agency and focus on building your capacity to do that, it doesn't take long, a couple days, then I think courage becomes easier.
Okay. I want to touch upon one of the things that you mentioned of the timing of impact measurement when delivering a project, a public service or project. So when should a public servant or officer concern him or herself about impact measurement?
You can predict the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's before the project starts. It should be the reason for a project or for an effort is that there's a measured problem or an observed problem that you've gathered some sort of baseline about that you want to fix. That's the beginning of social impact measurement. You don't need to bring in a consultant to create a theory of change. If you've measured something or somebody else has measured it, doesn't even need to be you, if you trust the measurement, that's your problem, that's your baseline. So it should be embedded before a project. And I'm also an entrepreneur. I believe in lean startup as a concept for entrepreneurship and for like life. About do something small and see if it works, right? So measure often and early and as soon as possible. If you have an 85-day public engagement process about, you know, doing whatever, measure on day 1. And maybe you'll measure that you're making things worse. Like if you're trying to solve political disconnection, I know that's really abstract, and you're going to try and measure this really abstract notion about people's perception of government. Measure it on day 1, not on day 85, amongst the group that you've reached first. And they say, well, I went to your thing on political disconnection and I feel more disconnected. Then like stop, like adapt. And I know that's, again, naive. The alarm is going off. Yeah. It's very difficult to be flexible and adapt, but like, and it takes courage, but just try. If you measure early and you come to your boss or whoever with hard data that says, we're 48 hours into this project and our first measurements show it's making things worse. I'm not saying that every one of your bosses will accept that. Probably most of them won't. Like if the parliament told you to do it, you got to do it, right? I get that. But if you can measure early and then use that to adapt and just course correct a little bit and then measure after 4 days and say, this new adapted approach seems to work a bit better, that hard data can be really convincing. So as early as possible before the project and then as early as possible during the project. It's not something that should happen after the project. Yeah. Well, that also, but it must happen early, yeah.
It must be pre-planned and then implemented throughout the process. Yeah, and that's a good relationship with the concept of resilience and how the public sector, when implementing services and the impact measurement, it needs to have the strength to be resilient, and that comes a lot of times with failure and to know how to fail. So let's touch upon that. So how can the public sector, or public institutions more specifically, be more comfortable with the risk of failure and failure itself?
Yeah, that's also really, really hard, and I can't solve that for you. But what I can say is I've been a part of projects that have measured 4 KPIs, let's say, and like the measurement was really bad on 3 of them, really bad. And it was an exciting opportunity to say like, hey, why? You know, we wanted to solve this problem, this measured problem, and we thought we could do this intervention, and this intervention would improve these 4 KPIs. This one, we smashed it, great. But hey, we really missed it. These 3 KPIs didn't change at all. Why is that? Maybe our hypothesis was wrong in the first place, that actually this intervention doesn't hit those KPIs. What could, right? And it's also an opportunity to then engage on a qualitative sense with the people that engaged with your program. Hey, we measured this, and they were the same thing. It got worse. Tell us about that. What did you experience as you went through this program? Why did it get worse, or why didn't it improve? That's a really fun opportunity, and I know it doesn't sound fun, we suck, but it's fun to write in a report, yeah, this KPI improved. These didn't, but here's why. Here's what a future program could do, or hey, when we do this again next year, we're gonna do this differently, so we make sure that we can hit these other metrics. I don't experience any part of that as failure. None of that is failure to me. And that's just my mindset. It doesn't need to be yours. There's no right answer. But if you just see it as learning instead, you know, it still takes courage. I don't know, maybe you get fired. If you have a program that has 4 KPIs and you didn't hit 3, maybe they just fire you and then like, okay, start a farm, raise chickens, whatever. But if you can learn from it, yeah, I think that's a really fun opportunity. And it's cool to be humble and to say, whoop, we didn't do that. Let's explore why.
Yeah. Before we go, we still have like 7 minutes, and before we go to probably the last question for me, I wanted to ask if the production could put the QR code for the Slido so you can interact with us, and if we have time for one question from the audience, that would be great. So moving to, you know, one of the topics that are also very pressing when talking about impact measurement. Is it expensive?
Yeah, it's brutally expensive, and it shouldn't be. I've seen quotes from social impact measurement consultants and social impact measurement experts to municipalities and ministries that are scams. And it is not without exception. There are great social impact measurement consultants and companies out there that are doing the right thing. There are others that are including every aspect of social impact measurement that could ever be included because it increases their billable hours. And I find it really sad because, you know, some public servants get into it for power or ego or money, but most public servants that I've met get into it because they legitimately want to make things better. And when they engage with social impact measurement experts, they're saying, I want to be able to prove it. And then it's brutally expensive. And it's really sad. The first steps to measuring social impact are way easier than they're telling you. They're way easier than you think. It's just baseline, intervention, measure again. And I know that's an oversimplification, and I know there's probably social impact measurement experts that are really pissed off at me in the crowd right now. But if you seek some coaching, a day or 2 of coaching for you and your team, you can try it with a small program, measure it yourself. I promise it actually doesn't add as much overhead as you think on your team to embed that intention in a program, measure a little bit, just do a couple surveys or talk to some people while you do your program and then measure at the end. It doesn't add a lot of overhead. You and your team can probably handle it without hiring anybody. And so, yeah, it's the saddest thing that I see is that people with a legitimate desire to do social impact measurement are turned off because they think it's just gonna cost too much and take too long. And it shouldn't. That's just my opinion, man, but you know.
All right, thank you. We received some questions from the audience, and since we have only 4 minutes, around 4 minutes, maybe we'll just have time for one, but let's see.
Let's get through as many as possible.
Okay, let's see how it goes. So, Connor, what's a good way to measure time saved by a solution? People spend different amounts of time.
Yep.
How should current time spent be accurately measured?
Okay, baseline, sit them down with their current alternative to your solution. Sit them down in a room, buy pizza, and get a friend to give you a conference room for free, okay? Budget 40 euros. And then give everybody who comes in a beer at the end of it or Coca-Cola or something. Budget 55 euros, okay? For 100 euros, you can measure your baseline in an afternoon. Sit them down with every alternative you can and just have somebody watch them with a stopwatch and measure the time that they use. Try and make sure it's a representative sample, good gender balance, make the people that you bring in broadly representative of your users, ish, you know, it's just step one, it's okay. Measure that baseline, good. And then do your stuff, right? Step two, do your intervention, whatever it is. Give them your solution, whatever it might be, an app or something like that, and measure with a stopwatch. How long did it take them to do it? We did this with a WSA startup, right? That was like, oh, what was it? It was the one in Austria, translating government documents. It was like an AI thing. Take a picture of your government document you received in the mail if you don't understand it, and we'll chat with an AI chatbot with it. And I asked them, I was like, how did you calculate the time you're saving? And they said, well, the average person will try to read it for 3 minutes. They'll call their family for 17 minutes. Right? And then they'll sit down, and based on what their family said, they'll try and read it again for 5 minutes. They'll try and fill in the form, and then they'll call a friend with language expert for about 12 minutes to make sure they filled it in correctly, and then they'll mail it. Total time, 39 minutes. Our app, scan it, 10 seconds. The chatbot will explain it all to you in whatever language you want, 45 seconds, and then you can fill in the form, 3 minutes. 94% reduction in time. Wow, now you have an app, right? That's great, like from a business side. Not even we're making the world better, but that's a fantastic baseline. Do your stuff and measure again. That's amazing. You can have $1 million app on that idea.
All right. We can quickly go over through how to measure a better society. This is a very open question, and you can spend maybe more 20.
Yeah, don't. Don't. No, it's a huge waste of time because it's too broad, it's too vague. You can't measure, like, the SDGs are brilliant because of the indicators. You have the SDGs, you have the targets, and then you have the indicators. But like, I spent some time in Geneva, and I met some of the people that drafted the SDGs, and their biggest regret is that people don't focus on the indicators. They're so focused on these broad, vague targets. We want zero hunger, but the indicators are actually really smart. They're very smartly designed as really specific measurements. So for example, I started a startup in East Africa working with public institutions. And one indicator for SDG 16, it's been too long, I can't name which one, but it's the percentage of citizens that were satisfied with their last visit to a public institution, like police office or municipal office or whatever. That's one of the indicators for peace, justice, and strong institutions. I will never in my life measure my contribution to peace, justice, and strong institutions in East Africa. Big waste of time. But I will measure my startup, the average police station in Uganda, about 30% of people are satisfied with their last visit to the average police station in Kampala, for example. When my startup was there, we collected feedback from people about how could the office be better. We talked to the local police officers. Hey, you know, it really sucks when all the men at your front desk treat women like crap. Maybe, you know, maybe you want to do something about that. And then we measure again, and hey, the police station now went up to like 72% satisfaction rating. And I'm really proud of that. It's really small. It's just one police station, or, well, we did like, 80 or something like that. But that's real impact. And I didn't waste my time measuring a peaceful society. I measured the percentage at a police station. So do that instead. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we're running out of time. I don't think we have more right now. We're running out of time, so maybe I just wrap up this discussion. First off, I think we have here some very thought-provoking statements, and thank you for sharing your knowledge and your experience with us. So I would say that the key words from this conversation are intention, courage, the ability to build resilience, and not to be afraid to face failure. And simplify a little bit this big thing that is impact measurement and bring it to your own offices. Yeah, this is really great advice. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, everybody, for your attention and for being with us
today. Thank you.
Very much to both of our panelists, and I want to check their energy levels. We are having half the crowd here, so can we see people at the back? Can we hear something from you? Are you still here? Still here? Louder, a little bit louder. As the people in the front, I see some loud voices here. Well done, as we are preparing for our next exciting speaker. And we are about to hear from one of the most influential voices of digital innovation. Got you intrigued? So let me present that we are incredibly proud to welcome Professor Peter Brock, the chairperson of the World Summit Awards, which now reaches 182 UN member states. Hello, Peter. Please take a seat. And Professor Brock is one of the pioneers of digital world, who has been at the forefront of technology for over 30 years, witnessing some of the biggest shifts in the field. I hope he'll share more about that as well. But Professor Brock's experience is vast. He has worked across continents, advising governments, founding research centers, launching groundbreaking companies. Of course, I could go on and on. He even invented the term microlearning as such. He shared with me backstage that he has been in Lithuania 15 years ago, and he's positively surprised to see the change that our country has made. So I hope that's true, and it wasn't just the honey for my ears. And today, Professor will share his insights on value conflicts and high-tech adoption. Leading the conversation is Agnė Keršytė, project manager at Create Lithuania and senior AI specialist at Ernst & Young. Welcome, Agnė. And to remind you, dear audience, this is also a chance for you to step in with the questions by using the same GovTech 2020 core code. So use the chance. This is the last opportunity to ask the most burning questions. And Agnė, I give the word over to you. Welcome both.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me? Yeah, great. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you, Peter, for coming to talk to me today. So
I love it.
So Peter and I are going to talk about and try to answer the question about whether AI makes government smart, and we'll also delve deeper into the value conflicts that high-tech adoption creates, especially for our public sector. But before we go into the more tricky bits about AI, I'd like to talk about a bit more positive things. So in your career, an impressive bio, by the way, and in your capacity with the World Summit Awards, you have seen a lot of innovation with positive impact. Could you comment about the positive impact that AI creates, and have you seen it really transform the field of innovations already?
I think it's a no-brainer for everybody in the room here that AI is a new chapter. When I started looking at AI 25, 28 years ago, we were looking at AI as basically something which is an augmenting tool. Then we looked at assistive technologies, and then the next phase was interactive technologies. Now, all of that AI is still a rule-based system where you basically have, loads of computing power in terms of processing things like, for instance, recommendation engines. Okay, so all of what you have today on the web and also in government services has very much to do with profiling and getting data and making sure that the data relate to the instance, and then you call this personalization. What we are actually entering into, and what creates so much of anxiety and also, I think, hyperbole, is that we are moving into a completely different era of AI. And that has to do very much with the neural networks. And the neural networks work differently in one very specific aspect. Previously, we could look into how AI operates, and we could see, not we, but people who know, could basically dissect and say, why is it that it works that way? Now, with neural networks, we are seeing that things are being established and correlations are being made which we cannot follow. Generally, this is called black box. Yeah. Now, the really interesting aspect of this is, however, is that
there are huge advantages in that. So if you think about, cancer research, and you're looking at, finding new correlations, that is very important. But if you're looking at the neurobiology side of cancer research, and you see that new hypotheses are being created by AI, by the neural networks, you're starting to see that you're losing a particular aspect which is so important to everybody, which is control. And so therefore, it's so important that governments follow very specific values. And they have to model it. You have to have something which is explainable AI. You have to go and you have to see how you are explaining to people and making transparent.
Exactly.
And
so
things like this.
You're getting into my second question
Okay, so
already.
I'm sorry. You want me to talk more about my life or about WSA, the World Summit Award, or just about how I love Lithuania?
Let's talk about AI regulation. Okay. You got into that already, the governance of AI, and it's actually quite a divisive topic, and we've sort of heard about it already today, and you hear a lot about it online, with some people arguing that AI regulation stalls innovation, and other people arguing that it is necessary for our governments to regulate AI to avoid doomsday scenarios. So what's your personal view on that? And could you comment about where we stand here in Europe compared to other countries?
There are two different ways, basically, to talk about this. One is to be normative about it, and the other one is to be economic about it. And when we had our first conversation a couple of days ago, I was startling you maybe a little bit that I said, okay, let's make sure that everybody here in this room does not think that ethical considerations are a waste of time. And I say to you, it's a measure of how to make money, and not make money in a profitable sense, but you reduce the cost. And that is something which I feel very, very passionate about. I feel very passionate about that we need to understand in terms of technological development, including AI, what are, in economics it's called, the externalities, the social costs, the cultural costs, the spiritual costs. So let me give you two examples. I have a 14-year-old granddaughter. She came back from summer camp, and her mother told me that she had been hurting herself, and she was home by herself, and she spent 10 hours on TikTok.
Wow.
Okay, so 10 hours on TikTok. You create mental anxiety, you create with social media, you know that we have increases in cyberbullying, in isolation. You have a reduction in social skills, communication skills, in establishing real relationships, in terms of understanding conflict resolutions. Academic performance goes down, and things like this, including sleep disruption and things like this. Now, I'm telling you this all not to make everybody here who is a mother, father, grandfather, whatever, anxious about it. But think about the costs to a society. Think about the cost that, for instance, in Lithuania, you have 2022, 460,000 people in that age group. A quarter of them, 115,000, use, let's say, social media in an excessive way. Now, if you want to just look at one of the dimensions which I mentioned, for instance, depression, you know that if you go to a psychologist, it takes 70 to 120 euros for an hour. You need 9 to 20 hours to do this. And if you are looking at that in terms of the entire treatment, $3,000. Calculated, 115,000 times $3,000, and you know you have 34 million just for that aspect. So I'm not the one, I mean, Connor was excellent in terms of telling you of how to calculate things, how to make things not just measurable, but see what are the adequate metrics. Mm-hmm. But the same thing is true for, misinformation on social media. or in other dimensions. And you can calculate it in terms of what are compensatory measures as direct costs. I'm not even talking about indirect costs. I'm talking about direct costs. So what does this mean in the consequence? In the consequence means that you need to think about social impact, not after, but like Connor said, at the very beginning. And we needed to think about it in a broader social, cultural, and political sense. And that is what we are in terms of the World Summit Award, and also a lot of people, when they are looking at responsible AI, think about that you have to calculate. And therefore, ethical AI is a way of you making sure that your government initiatives are not running off track, that you are not creating actually not just one solution, but not 17 additional problems. And that is something where you are having to see that you need a broader view on this.
Yeah. So let me play the devil's advocate here a little bit. And you talked about, the negative impacts to our governments for not regulating, right? What would you answer to the people who say if we over-regulate, we lose the economic advantage of AI innovation, of high-tech innovation?
Overregulation is a myth on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is something like a campaign slogan.
Okay, elaborate.
What I think is, look, we have a global engineering body which is called IEEE, right? And IEEE set down 2015 to look at something which is called value-sensitive design, value-based innovation. They have a stakeholder theory for this, and they created a standard called value-based engineering. And it's very much what many people said here this morning already, and this afternoon also, that you have to think about process. We heard about GovUK, how they think about design. Value-based engineering means that you take into the engineering process the various different kind of steps in terms of a methodology to analyze and to test how the end user will be interpreting what you do, okay? And that is something which is really important. So over-regulation, yes, there is a lot of things where people see that, for instance, the AI Act is an over-regulation. No, it is not. It has a risk-based approach. You are attaching to the risks 4 different risks. You are attaching a value. If you are doing something which is disallowed, risk number 1, 35 million euros and 7% of your overall revenue in 1 year. If you have a high risk, not an extreme risk, a high risk, it's 15 million euros. Low risk, 7 million euros. I think that's a very good way of telling the market, telling the actors, listen, we know that you are doing certain kind of developments, and we give you an economic disincentive to break the rules. And that is something which is much more important than telling over-regulation, I'm going to police you, what you're going to do in your software lab, or I'm going to look at how your app developers do this and that, and how you misuse certain kind of data or something. No, you're saying, okay, we do this, and there are clear consequences. And if Apple has to pay after 8 years or 9 years of having evaded taxes, even though the Irish government says it's okay, they pay 13 billion euros for not having paid taxes. I think that's a very good idea.
I think so too.
I think that money should come to Lithuania, actually.
I'll take a break now and just ask our audience to put their questions on Slido, and we'll have a couple of minutes at the end of our chat when I'll have an opportunity to ask them. So please be active. So we talked about, regulation and government adoption of AI technologies. I wanted to ask you if you have any practical tips or tricks for our public sector workers who want to adopt AI solutions and they want to think about those ethical implications before they actually develop a solution or adopt it. Do you have any advice that you could share today with us?
There are basically three things. One is look up something called value-based engineering, because it gives you a standard. Secondly, there's a lot of people who have worked with different kind of assessment regimes regarding values. So for instance, the German Society Association Agency for International Economic Cooperation has done that. And they have done an assessment tool which is really smart, and you can use it in every different country around the world. And that's something very important. And the third thing is, think about your responsibility as government people, as civil servants, to be a model of how to use technology in a responsible manner. And I hate this idea that people say government has to work with the private sector. I say government has to model for the private sector of how to use data responsibly, of how to use AI responsibly. And I don't like people to talk about GovTech, but I want people to talk about civic tech, because it's not a question of the government making the administration more efficient, but it is an issue of having services for citizens to empower them to lead a better life. And that is a different way of looking at it.
Wow. That's very nicely put. Thank you very much.
You can quote me on this. It's for free.
We will do.
But let me just not joke too much about it, because I think it's really important that we take the opportunity of being scared by something which is happening in AI. That being scared about the competition between China and the US and Europe. And that we feel that if we have a different approach, we will have the power, the strength, the courage, and the audacity to do better. And I want people to do that. And I want people in Lithuania to do this, and all around Europe and the world.
Yeah, that is definitely very important for us all. So my last question from me to you is our question here. So does AI make government smart? And how can we make sure that it does? Or our civil society, as you put it?
Sure. The government makes government much more smart. And give me two examples. One is to use neural networks and also network analysis in terms of making sure, and that comes back to this question of overregulation, okay? There's a lot of crime in terms of tax evasion when it comes to inter-country cross-border trade, okay? So there's a way, the normal way, the regulation way would be to get everybody surveyed, make everybody has to go and has to prove that they are actually doing an honest way of doing it, and so on. The other way is, instead of putting an additional administrative burden on people, is to use existing data which you have on past behavior in terms of how many companies did this person actually register now? Is there a waterfall of hidden mailboxes somewhere? How are their banking relationships with the Cayman Islands, and so on? And you start something which is called profiling. And then you are smart, AI, smart, in saying, okay, I'm going to have my people who are checking this out only look at those people which are high-risk cases. One thing. The other thing is AI. Last year or this year, we had a winner from, I think Connor mentioned Totoy before. That is a solution which automatically translates government documents in 95 languages. So that is something which is already original. But now think about the following thing. We can use AI for something which we call text simplification. So we can adjust texts in terms of the level of intelligibility for people to a particular kind of audience. So what we have done, for instance, in linguistics with having, not, let's say, a normative grammar, but having transformative grammar ideas, think about that you need a different kind of way of explaining something to a Bangladeshi nurse who comes for 24 hours caregiving into Lithuania about what is it actually, what this person needs to know in terms of how to use a public transport system or how to recycle your plastic bottles and things like this. That is something which is really a very great advantage of AI, that we have this flexibility, that we can do this personalization, and that we can deal with real-world problems. But the question is, do we see what is needed by the people, or do we follow what our authorities want them to observe or slave for? And that is a great difference.
Thank you very much for those examples. They are great. I have one question from the audience. We only have time for one. Would you agree that in today's society, we can't tell that something is simply bad? We always have to prove that it's economically costly. So I think it's getting at the values of, what is bad if it doesn't have negative economic impact.
I think what makes a great difference between any machine and any person, and it will be for the next thousands of years, is that people have a yearning for a good society, for a good life, for themselves and for others. Therefore, yes, it is so important that we say this is good and this is bad. But when it comes to systems and systems organization and delivery, you have to be also smart about it and say, okay, what is economical and what is not economical in terms of the effort which you want to put in?
Yeah.
So it's not either or, it's both, and there's a hierarchy. Let's be good and economical.
Thank you very much for your answers, Peter, and thank you everybody for your attention. Let's give a round of applause to Peter.
Thank you. Thank you, Agnes.
Thank you both once again, and Peter, I hope you and your team have a fantastic time here in Vilnius. Now let's take a well-deserved coffee break, stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee, and don't forget to visit the Idea Lab, because I've heard the coffee tastes so much better after a visit. So, see you shortly. Is Giulio Quagiotto, former head of strategic innovation at the United Nations Development Programme and a true thought leader in the field. His experience spans roles at major organizations like Climate Kick, Worldwide Fund for Nature, and the World Bank. Also, if you follow Giulio on ex-Twitter, you'll definitely know he's one of the most active voices for public sector's innovation. If you are not following him, I think after this presentation, you'll definitely subscribe. So today, Giulio will take us through the intriguing dilemma of the 21st century: speed or direction. This is going to be a fascinating talk, so let's give a warm welcome to Giulio.
Thank you. After such an introduction, I can only disappoint you. So, can the public sector deliver value very quickly while at the same time pursue long-term societal value? I think, to me, this is the key fundamental question facing public sector innovation these days. It's not a new question, but it's coming with new tensions. So, if you take a simplistic definition of innovation, right? So an idea that has been implemented and delivers value. If you look at the last 10 years, maybe, of public sector innovation, you can say that at the beginning, there was a big focus on speed. Can the public sector catch up with the private sector? Can we actually move as fast as possible from idea to implementation? Hence, question around agility, design thinking, prototyping, the strategies delivery. Now, of course, these questions have not gone away, but I think if you look at the last few years, the attention and new questions have been asked of public sector innovation that have much more to do with value. So we realized that in the public sector, we cannot move fast and break things. We cannot afford to do it. innovation is not necessarily good. It can actually destroy value as much as it creates it. And so, of course, when you think about it this way, it raises very difficult questions for governments that actually need to orchestrate societal conversation about what type of society do we want to see, what kind of value do we want to be created, who is included in this conversation, and most importantly, who is excluded. So this tension, speed, value, permeates, I would argue, all the key questions that governments are facing today. A really important question, for example, around industrial policy. So lots of governments have embraced, rightly so, electrical vehicles as a way to reduce emissions. But when you started looking from a question of public value, then you see, well, actually, if you go down to, for example, the supply chain of electric vehicles, there's quite a lot of problems related to sustainability, let alone exploitation. Exploitation that is creating then economic conditions that force people to migrate from the same governments that are actually very worried about migration. And what about the fact that you're doubling down, if you promote electric vehicles, on actually cars, when arguably we should be moving to a completely different paradigm? So even Norway, that is one of the poster childs for electric vehicles, is seeming to have some questions around this in terms of kind of societal values are you actually promoting. The point is that these are very difficult questions. There's not an easy answer. There is pluses and minuses. And the real challenge for public sector innovators is how do we orchestrate these conversations across sectors of societies to decide, again, what type of society do we want to see. Questions of efficiency. Many governments have embraced algorithmic decision-making as a way to create efficiency. And of course, we all want greater efficiency. But I assume many of you are familiar with the scandal, the robo-debt scandal in Australia. The Australian government was actually forced to compensate 1.8 billion Australian dollars to people who were actually entitled to welfare state and did not get it because an automated system decided that they were not entitled, or actually they were incurred in debt towards the state, and they were basically receiving constant calls, with the result that some of them, unfortunately, even committed suicide. Similar cases happened in the Netherlands, and recently the Horizon Post scandal in the UK is somewhat along the same lines. The point about here is how do you square up efficiency with actually creating public value rather than destroying it? And of course, in many ways, as I said, this is not a new question. Some of you might know Pia Andrews, the head of digital now in Australia. She talks about if you work in the public sector, you have to face the eye of Sauron. For those of you who are Tolkien fans, you will know that this is an all-seeing eye. And if you work in the public sector, you need to manage this tension between constantly the scrutiny of creating fast value, while at the same time being able to ensure long-term policy. And this tension is becoming now, I think, particularly difficult because of Instagram politics. We need to have results yesterday. Because of a fast pace of technological change, of a feeling that we are constantly missing out. And this being able to keep a space to have conversation around value when all is about speed really feels like Sisyphus. And you have this really task of being able to create this space. So what I am interested in is, are there emerging signs of public sector innovation trying to handle the eye of Sauron? Where is interesting examples of how governments are trying to manage this tension between speed and direction? So I'll point you to 3 things very quickly. The first one is, I think governments starting to rethink their relationship to intelligence. In fact, intelligences. And what I mean by that is that I think it's increasingly becoming clear that if you're working on tough issues like climate, health, unemployment, whatever, you actually, a primary job of government is also to create intelligence, to create learnings and options to be able to tackle these things. Intelligence used to be something that you hoard, right? Now intelligence needs to be spreaded and distributed across society and activate as much intelligence as possible if we really want to be able to solve problems. So, intelligence is the result of process of sense-making. We look at the world, we do actions, we do prototypes, testing, implement policies, etc. We make sense of what is happening around us, and the result of this process is intelligence. And you can see that the public sector is suffering a sense-making crisis at the moment. It's very difficult, and COVID was a prime example, right? Very contradictory evidence, how to make sense of what is happening around us, who to believe or what not to believe. Data selling you conflicting stories. How do you make sense of this? Artificial intelligence, as I'm sure you discussed throughout today, is a good case of this. So if you sit in the public sector, you get a report in one same week that says generative AI could save 23 millions. You get a case study from the Australian government that says, actually, no, generative AI is terrible at summarizing information. And by the way, all the investment you're doing on climate is being wiped out by the data center that you're building that are actually going to guzzle tons of energy and water. How do you make sense of all of this? If you are sitting, for example, in a capacity building for government, do you train people on AI or not? Are you doing the right thing? How do you follow? Is it a fad or is it not? How do you take decisions? How do you inform a minister about the trade-offs of what you need to do here? This is really the difficult challenges of sense-making right now. So what is the solution? I think you're starting to see quite a lot of experimentation in terms of opening to many different intelligences. Again, I'm not talking about artificial intelligence, I'm talking about many different intelligences in society. Finland, for example, has this model of national dialogues. Deliberative democracy is another type of examples that are going on. But we know that these processes are often exclusionary by design. In spite of all the best intentions, some people always remain excluded. So how do we avoid that? Some of you might be familiar with the study of a lost Marie Einsteins and Marie Curies in the US. They calculated the cost, the innovation cost of losing certain people who are not included in innovation processes. How much does that cost to society in terms of lost innovation? The fact that certain groups of society are not involved in innovation processes. This is an example from the city of Barcelona that has actually worked with Innovation Growth Lab. And they are looked at where in the innovation pipeline the intelligences of the societies are lost. Where people are not allowed, for example, to apply for grants. Where people find it difficult to follow certain career in innovation. And what is actually can be done to address this. LIFT is a program of 4 municipalities in the UK, in London, that put together their brains to say, how can we design innovation programs that deliberately include people that are excluded of different intelligences? And early results are very promising in fact generating different type of innovation. All the way to including radically different type of intelligences. There's many experiments at the moment going on, for example, including indigenous knowledge, and to create very different type of artificial intelligence. And to take this to, some people would say, an extreme, can you actually involve animals in the policy-making process? This is a group called Animals in the Room, who's doing a number of experiments around the world in terms of writing policies with animals. Why do they do that? Because this pushes the innovation in terms of actually understanding and integrating different perspectives and get to different type of solutions. You might know that Helsinki is the first city in the world to actually have a multi-species strategy, and there is a EU program on this particular program. So let's say you were able to open up to many intelligences. Let's say you were able to include the people that are not excluded. This is not still intelligence, meaning you need to synthesize the information and actually being able to make sense of it. So I am particularly interested in experiments at the moment that look at how do we actually make meaning and use artificial intelligence maybe as a support, because one thing that artificial intelligence cannot do is sense making. Making sense of things is a human thing, and at least at the moment, artificial intelligence is definitely not there. So this is, for example, something that was announced last week by the Wellcome Trust. And this is an example of actually using new technologies for evidence synthesis and creating an infrastructure that deliberately includes the people that are normally not used in getting evidence. So in this case, governments in the South. Some of you might have heard of Policy Synth. It's a platform, you can look it up on GitHub, that is trying to open up a process of policy making and support tapping into many different intelligences in creating policy options. If you ask me, one of the most interesting experiments in this space comes from a place called the Development Intelligence Lab in Australia. They spent 1 year sending ethnographers into government to look at where the process of making meaning inside governments are broken. And they started to redesign and reverse engineer it to actually rethink how do you decide processes of decision-making inside government. With Jeff Mulgan, we put forward this provocation that is actually reimagining the way that decision-making is actually taking inside governments and the places where decisions are taking. What if we have different rituals that actually get us to better outcomes, better intelligence and decision-making coming out of different type of decisions? So, if you do things right, I would argue that actually what this leads you is to having a constant supply of policy options. Now notice that this is the opposite of what is often thought of an innovation funnel, right? So if you're working with very complex issues, the last thing you want to do is to reduce your options over time. You don't want to try many different things and hoping that one sticks and become the unicorn, because that logic reduces your option over time. You actually want to do the option. You want your options to expand over time because you're dealing with really complex stuff, not easy to solve. And so how do you do that? Well, one thing is to actually rewild the imagination in the public sector. I actually think it's very stuck. So being a nerd, I collect the front pages of national innovation strategies from around the world. Can anybody see a pattern? The future is inevitably blue, and there is some kind of humanoid somewhere. Why? Why is this the imaginary of AI that we have? Couldn't the future be pink or blue or green or any other color? Couldn't we imagine many other possible options and possibilities? But this is just a silly symptom, if you want, but I think it is of a type of groupthink. So at the moment, everybody is doing ChatGPT, right? Why? Why are we doing this? Anybody remember the metaverse when it was a thing? One thing that I found really interesting, I looked at the spaces that governments were creating in the metaverse. This is a thing from the Japanese government. In the metaverse, you could create a government that does literally anything you want, right? And looks anything you want. And what do most governments did? They recreated buildings. So you actually have to go to the metaverse to go up the stairs and sign paper certificates, but virtually. Why? There's so many other options that are available to us if only we rewild our imaginations. So I don't know who is the author of this cartoon, but to me, often in government, it feels like this. There's many other options that are just excluded almost by design. Sorry, I don't know the author. If someone knows, please let me know. I will very happily credit. I'm going to use this forever. Anyway, so what does it look like to create imagination infrastructure inside government? Rewild the imagination of people so that when they start thinking about new possibilities, they don't immediately lock in into the most obvious ones. The UAE, for example, have a Ministry of Possibilities, and the Ministry of Possibilities does things like this. They confront civil servants. Let's say your problem is excessive heat from data centers. Now you can look at a solution like this, right? Heat a swimming pool with excess data and say, that's great. It's an incremental innovation. But you can look at a completely different direction. This is a startup whose vision is transform data centers into forests. How do you do that? By encoding government information in the DNA of plants. So literally, rather than having data servers, you would have forests. The technology is very early days. Is it possible to do or not? Still open questions. But you can see that if you were to follow this direction, you go open up a whole different paradigm and a whole different set of possibilities. If you actually encourage your public sector to continuously being exposed to very different way of thinking, maybe we don't get a blue future. The other obvious way in which you can continuously generate options in this expanding thing to create value is to reduce the division that is in government between strategy and delivery. This is often a cause of many problems, right? So you might know that in a practice lab in the US, this is what we're trying to do. When I was working at UNDP, we created this program to work on options of portfolios of options for policy making. in 50 countries, working with governments, and trying to see if you deliberately design your policies as a process that continues to generate options from learning, does this actually provide you with many more possibilities than if you do business as usual? I conclude with a final point, which is rewiring the back office. If you follow my logic, opening up to different intelligences and continue to create new options is not a minor incremental change from the public sector. It requires fundamentally rethinking the back office. So I mentioned, for example, the issue of long-term value, right? One of the difficult things in government is to get long-term financing. So I'm very interested to see emerging examples of people who are starting to ask the question, okay, if you really want to change a system in a country, the food system, the health system, whatever, how much would that cost? What type of finances would that require? And what does it mean for the public sector? So this is the emerging field of system investing. Transcap Initiative is one of the people who are looking at that. One of the first things we're looking to is to cost. What would it look like, literally what it would take to shift the agri-food system in Switzerland towards sustainability? And then what type of financing is coherent with that intent? And how do you actually raise it? Another thing that keeps stuck and makes this discussion between speed and value very difficult is public procurement. How do you rewire public procurement so you can have a very different dialogue with the public and the private sector? So I'm interested in examples, for example, in Barcelona and in Camden, there are specific units that are recreating the discussion with the private sector on procurement, so that actually the discussion is around value. What value is this creating to society? And how can we hack the procurement process to actually not jump on the latest fad, but actually look at generating broader value? In Barcelona, for example, we were able to do something incredible. They negotiated with private sector partners to have a period of open IP, so that the public sector and municipality can learn about the technology that's being used and build its capabilities over time, so that the procurement becomes a process of collective learning. So I'll conclude with one final question for you, which is, if you buy my theory and if you think about speed, direction, and how we can reconcile this, I think a really interesting question is, can and should we make innovation irreversible? This question came to me because there's only one innovation unit in the world I know of in government that has irreversibility as its design principle. And it's a GovTech unit in the Ministry of Education in Indonesia. So I was very curious when I saw that, and I asked them, what do you mean by irreversibility? And they told me, look, we are so successful that we know that the next minister that comes, the first thing they're going to do is shut us down. And this speaks to the, and so they deliberately design, in design principle, the concept of irreversibility, which, if you want to be provocative, is how do we survive the next minister? But really is about how do you design systems that maintain a sense of direction over time with all the difficult challenges that we know of quick changes and pressure in being government. Should irreversibility be a value that we pursue? I'm not sure. Irreversibility is not immutability, by the way, but it's, I think, a really good question. Ever since I heard this, it's something that really got me thinking. So I'm looking for, proactively looking for examples of teams around the world that were able to establish mechanisms for irreversibility without necessarily calling that. So if there's any of that here in the audience, please let me know. I'll be very happy to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giulio, and I think it's a crime to put a time limit on speakers like him, because he could go on and on with exciting stories. But now we have to move on next, and I have a provoking question to you, audience. So please, raise your hand. I can barely see you, but I'm sure I'll count hands correctly. How many of you would be brave enough to come here today on this stage and share your biggest professional failures? That's just a theoretical question. Don't start sweating right now. Just raise your hand if you would be brave enough to come here and say, yeah, this is where I failed. Okay, I see a couple of shy hands. Can you stand up, please? Yeah, so please give a round of applause for this brave audience today. Thank you very much. Even though I'm on the stage for the whole day talking to you, this topic really gets me thinking twice, and it's a bit nerve-wracking. But to be honest, finding a speaker today for this conference who would openly speak about not only the highlights and great achievements and lessons learned, but also about some failures on the way, it was a challenge. But Sim Sikur took it as a personal challenge for himself. Sim has spent 10 years leading digital government and policy in Estonia. Also, he is one of the brains behind Estonia's groundbreaking e-residency program. Sim has been named one of the world's top 20 most influential people in digital government by Apolitical. Now, here is a catch. Sim was all set to be here, but COVID had other plans. So Sim, today, right out of bed at 5 a.m. in the morning, rushed to his office and recorded us a special video that I promised to be a refreshing, honest talk right from quarantine. So pay our attention to the screens and give a warm virtual welcome to Sim Sikur.
Hello, Vilnius. Hello to GovTech event there. Look, I really am sorry that I cannot be there today, although it was long planned, but sudden things emerged and I had to stay back home. But the more I'm still eager to share this small set of thoughts with you and all the things that we think we have really failed at in Estonia. I think in many ways, everybody who's tried stuff has failed. And in Estonia, we happen to be quite often on the forefront of trying new things in digital government, in GovTech. So obviously you're bound to have failures. And our luck always was that we were happy to experiment. We had leadership to support that we experiment. And in that sense, failure was bound to happen. But I want to share with you a few failures that perhaps have been more systemic, more deeper in impact, things we have also tried to learn from the most, but things that are bound to repeat itself again and again from country to country as we see this. And the reason why I sort of say it this way, and I'll share a few slides as a background, is that in my work, in my life, I've had the privilege of not just working in Estonia, but really coming across range of different governments, peers from that. As a leader of OECD working group of digital government, senior digital government officials, whether European Union circles, whether in many events, through my book, which were, I interviewed many leaders from other countries, and now as advisor to governments and digital leaders from around the world in Digital Nation, our advisor group. So even if I will share really things from Estonian side, these things we see again and again are some of the things that governments tend to get wrong and fail at, and thus they fail at digital government and the impact and the benefits it could bring. The very first story I want to start with is perhaps the most fundamental, and I want to call this a failure of not managing change, or at least not managing it enough. So in this digital government thing, we like to say that we are in digital transformation business. So, and in that term has two parts of it, digital and transformation. I want to argue, based on a lot of Estonian journey of 25 years of trying to build up a digital government, that digital is the easy part. Especially these days, technology is the same everywhere, on clouds, we have access to same kind of tech wherever we are in the world, even if it might come with a different price. But fundamentally, technology is there. We can easily borrow, learn, whatever. Transformation, that's the hard part, because that is context specific. Transformation is really what, we're changing with how we work in government, on the front line for our citizens through services, or in the back office, basically through the transformation of the underbelly of the government. And it's this change that we often neglect to manage. A lot of governments, and we had this happen again and again in Estonia, that it was seen that digital is like a technology project. Each time Estonia did it this way, we failed. I think let me just give you like the most sort of extreme example of that. About 2010 or so, there was an attempt, a big program to introduce digital prescriptions in Estonia, so that I don't have to go to pharmacy with a paper slip in my hand to get my medicines. Technology worked beautifully. Come 1st of January 2011, when it was supposed to go live, nothing worked. For days, people couldn't get medicines from pharmacies because, quite frankly, people leading this stuff had forgotten to train and really, bring on board the pharmacists. They forgot to really sort of, give guidance enough to people and, raise awareness for the new service, stuff like that. As a result, the minister lost the job. So it really came down to the technology was done, system worked, but the managing of the change around it didn't work. That was neglected, forgotten, underdone, basically. And this is the thing, and again, that whether people oversee the need for legislative change, and you need to, plan that in, you need to manage the process. Whether it's that they underestimate the need for policy changes, whether it's they underestimate the need to just talk to people, engage your teams, manage the resistance. The ABCs of change management are not done enough, and that's the failure that kicks you in the butt the most, because technology, you can do easy part. If you don't manage the change, it will not stick, it will not last. It will be just basically another pilot project somewhere without impact of benefits to people. A second failure that really is, again, integral part of Estonian journey. So in Estonia, the 25 years of digital government era can be split to, let's say, 3 or 4 phases. The first of them was about late 90s, when it was like, the beginning part, the beginning of a journey. It was the early days when it was very much that, Prime Minister's office, government office, kick-started the first reforms, dragged the first agencies to go digital, laid the foundations like digital ID and X-Road, the platforms that the rest of government now is built on. And what then happened was that it was then delegated, the responsibility for digital was delegated to be everybody's job, which is good in principle, because like no one ministry or no one president's or prime minister's office can do it all. You don't know the whole business of government. So what happened was, quite frankly, everybody ran in different directions, because while delegating it out, there wasn't enough coordination and governance in place to really keep things at bay. There was no government CIO, for example, at the time. So even if services kept appearing in different sectors, but fundamentally, the experience was all over the place. The quality of the services was all over the place. The technological quality of things done was all over the place. And fundamentally, digital government, the speed of innovation wasn't as good as it should have been. So we needed to claw it back. So from 2014 onwards, 13 onwards, there was then an attempt to redesign the governance. So now it's like a hybrid one that's top-down steering by government CIO, which I had the privilege of being one, and then bottom-up responsibility in the ministries, that every minister still is digital minister in their field, but somehow exactly having sufficient coordination. Now then you see that, fixing that led to then fast AI uptake, led to like the next wave of digital transformation and stuff like that. But we failed at having proper governance. And again, we see this from country to country. Governance is over and overlooked matter. You have to design for this. You have to design for mechanisms of the government machinery to change. Otherwise, changes and transformation will not stick. A third failure, and this is very much in line with this, what caused this reason that the experience was all over the place if decentralization happened, was that fundamentally in the government of Estonia and perhaps in governments overall, the concept of product ownership is not rooted. If you say that, look, for example, getting your vehicle license or registering of birth, who's responsible? Ask your colleagues in your governments for that. Who's responsible? They say this agency or that ministry. What does that mean? Who is that agency? Who is that ministry? Unless it's somebody a person who concretely wakes up in the morning, caring for this service and this, making this service better for the people at the end of the day, nothing gets better because it's shared responsibility. It's basically diffused accountability. And we know that never works. So that was the reason why service quality was not there. There wasn't enough user centricity because nobody in the end cared. There was no direct responsibility. So we had to start bringing it in. And in many ways, this sort of reform is still lasting in the government of Estonia, that because agencies are like uneven level in the sort of service management. fundamentally that behind every transaction, every service, every public service, there would be somebody owning this, somebody in charge with concrete set of duties for advancing and improving the service, caring for the quality of that, caring for the user experience of that, just like we have in private sector. And the outcome, once we started bringing that in, that's when leaps started happening in terms of really like, you know, how well the service is performed, and we could unleash the next redesign and iteration of that. But even then, as I said, like the level was uneven. So even if we had tried to redefine that there was like a hybrid governance, that government CIO office provided strategic steering and helped agencies, but every ministry was still digital in their field, this still meant and means to date in Estonia, I have to admit, that it so comes down to what is the level of quality of digital leadership in that ministry, in that field, in that agency. Even though government CIO office does its best to help and push and nudge, but they can't, you know, they don't have a veto, for example, about things going live or the things that these ministries undertake. This became so vivid in COVID times. Overall, COVID was not that big of a digital challenge for Estonia because look, everything was digital in terms of public service bureaucracy and back office anyway. So switching to home office in government overnight was no big deal, really. But what it started to matter from is that when in COVID, we need to quickly ramp up new services and digital offerings, that's when things got stuck. Unfortunately, especially in the ministries that was the height and peak and the middle of the crisis, the Ministry of Social Affairs and responsible for health. And the most fundamental failure came at a time when COVID vaccines started coming out. So vaccine registration was a necessary thing. So we need to quickly figure out a way how to register people to get vaccinated. In a way, it's a simple thing. It's queue management, isn't it? But then what happened was it's a massive failure because fundamentally the way that registration was handled and done, the system didn't work. There were like endless sort of lines. People were frustrated. Nobody knew what the hell was happening. Communication was weak. From CIO office, where I was also there at the time as a government CIO, we sort of tried to help even before the system went live. We pinpointed at the risks. We pinpointed how we can help and stuff. We offered active sort of guidance. It wasn't accepted by the line ministry. They wanted to do their thing. They wanted to do their sort of, you know, different ways. In the end, we have no way to coerce them to do different. Even to the point that my own minister said, you know, F it, let's have them fail. In a way, that would have been okay. Unfortunately, what happened was that people of the country saw this failure of this, you know, vaccine registration now as a failure of digital government overall. So underwriting the trust, like, you know, the belief that we had a great digital government anyways. So my point here, the failure is that, so the hard part in this governance design is to figure out exactly like, you know, have strong enough mandate that even if you can't do everything from one center, you have enough levers to really pull the plug on stuff that is inevitably going wrong. Somehow you need to build in these sort of like sort of safety mechanisms, or like you have like the emergency brake in a train, right? If we don't have that, we can massively have massive failures that will, you know, undermine the belief, the momentum of the whole digital government otherwise. And my very last failure, again, something that Estonia is still struggling with today, something that I believe every government in the world is still struggling today, nobody has figured it out to my understanding yet, is the failure of funding. We all build digital governments as projects. Like houses are built or roads are built. They have basically, we get support from European Union or international donors like World Banks. So we do stuff like, you know, this CapEx heavy sort of project based. At the same time, we know that, you know, GovTech agencies, GovTech teams, the best of them work like companies, product companies and tech companies on an ongoing OpEx base. They build up their in-house capability. They use software as a service products, cloud, stuff like that. That's OpEx. That sort of OpEx is often very hard to come by and underfunded structurally. So we don't have necessarily the issue that there isn't enough money in digital government, but it's in the wrong ways and modes to do digital and GovTech stuff properly as it's supposed to be these days. What it means is that the quality of products and services is worse. What it means that these things are not updated regularly enough or patched for security enough or not iterated as it should be, but rather you try to still dominate in a waterfall method, have a chunk of stuff out, and then see what happens. Through that, we are basically not using the funds as good as we should be. The outcome of the digital government we're building is not as good as it should be because we're handicapped by the funds we have available. Like I said, this is not just an Estonian thing, but in Estonia it's been especially prevalent because the more you have built up a digital government, and Estonia you have basically full digital government out there, the more to take it to the next level, it's not just the next project and CapEx, you need an ongoing, constant iteration. So the more advanced, the more deeper digital government, the more you have this failure of funding inevitable if you don't fix it. And it will start to handicap on how well your government functions on an ongoing basis. So I don't want to end gloomy here. These are things we always sort of saw failures as challenges to do better the next time. We always in Estonia saw that the question was that these failures don't stop us being digital. We have to figure out how to fix this. And I hope this is the message that you take away from here as well. These are risks out there. These are the failures that we see repeating. Let's figure out ways how to improve on them, fix them, and do better in our governments. And good luck for us all on that. Thank you.
Thank you for Sim once again for taking time and effort with last bits of help to deliver the presentation that he even promised to make it in May. Before we dive into our final panel, I want to take a moment to celebrate the partnerships, professional friendships, and the open, passionate GovTech community that makes this GovTech Leaders a fantastic and meaningful event. For some, this conference just isn't enough. That's why the GovTech Lab is organizing a special study visit for international guests of this conference to showcase the knowledge and insights they've gathered over the years. Also, if you didn't know, the GovTech Lab has also taken its success a step further by creating GovTech Lab as a product, advising other countries on how to build their own programs. Service as a product, GovTech as a product. What else they will come up with? But I'm sure the GovTech Lab is always showing a leading example in how things should be done. The spirit of innovation and collaboration leads us perfectly to our final discussion of the day. Future-ready governance, pioneering tomorrow's public sector. So please welcome our panelists. Giulio Quagiotto, former head of the UNDP Strategic Innovation Unit, Dr. Mantas Bileišis, Vice Rector for Studies and Research at the General Jonas Žemaitis Military Academy of Lithuania, with expertise in governance and security, Tamara Srzentic, former Minister of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media of Montenegro. And moderating this panel will be Ieva Žilionienė, consultancy lead at R&D Companies and national expert for Lithuania and a board member at a World Summit Awards. Dear audience, if you've been saving any of your energy, please give the loudest round of applause once again for the final speakers of today. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much for being here. For this warm applause, we feel really welcome, although we know it was a long day, but I'm sure you still have energy and you're still curious to find out about future-ready governance, pioneering tomorrow's public sector. And today we talked a lot about technology, but not just about technology. We talked and we will talk now more about the people. Because from my personal, quite extensive experience in working with digitalization of public sector in Lithuania and beyond, I have learned that people are, I'd say, the most challenging part, not the technology, not the digital, as Sim very nicely mentioned just before. And generally, we resist change because, well, unless we are really courageous entrepreneurs who want to save the world, dive into unknown and forsake all that is familiar, usually majority of us are not that. And it's not just about the people in public sector, it's about the system itself, because it's rooted in laws, rules, regulations, statuses, so lots of things are set and defined very clearly. On the other hand, for decades now, we are talking about change, and we are talking now about increasing pressure on different problems. We are talking of technologies such as AI for very, very young age, but we are already discussing so much. I think 1/3 of a conference was about AI and how it's impacting us. And these are just several of the factors to mention. So we have a public sector on which so much of our everyday life depends, and we have this changing environment. So how to make sure that all these things, sometimes, it leads to some conflict, how to balance that? And in this panel, we will talk about that. We'll try to look not just from today into the future, but I'd say from the future into today, and to discuss a bit. So what can we do to be more future-proof? And first question, what I would like to elaborate a bit more. So what are these major factors that call for change? And now and most likely this pressure will grow even more substantial, I'd say, for the structuring and functioning of the public sector. And Julia, from your experience, which you touched upon in your speech before, what are these things that you would like to emphasize, which are calling for change in public sector?
So I'll take a 2,000 kilometers picture, and then Mantas, thankfully, will bring you back to Earth with more interesting stuff. So I think I'll say three things. One is tipping points. I think whether, you think that we are on the cusp of negative tipping points on things like climate, multiple crises, etc., or positive tipping points, for example, on transitions of energy, etc., the instruments of a public sector to understand this type of change are just not there, by and large. Many instruments are designed for stability. They are not designed to understand these rapid changes. And so how to foster a mindset that welcomes ambiguity and uncertainty in the public sector in the face of its tipping points, I think is one of the things that is called for. The second thing is, I'd be very curious to know, has anybody during the day, I was not here all the day, unfortunately, mentioned the UN summit that went this week? Not yet, okay. Yeah, here we go. Now, it's, as you might know, there is this future summit where there is an attempt to renovate the whole multilateral process, right? And I think, again, regardless of where you stand, whether the future is going multilateral and we are able to recreate a new architecture for multilateralism, or whether we are going towards a world of minilateralism, the role of innovation and public sector change is humongous, because we'll need to invent a new architecture, because clearly multilateralism at the moment has many issues. And if we go into a world of minilateralisms, the agility to move and shift alliances very quickly, which means also for innovation, to create new territories very quickly and change around, and the agility to do it is going to be a key challenge for the public sector. Final thing I mentioned, again, at a very high level, is demographics, both in terms of changing demographics in countries, but also within the public sector itself. So this brings the question around different generations within a public sector, capability, skills, etc.
And Mantas, as Julia said, you should now bring us back here, maybe in Lithuania, because you're an expert of Lithuania's public sector and governance. So what's your perspective?
Sure. The risk of making it actually worse. I listened attentively to Julia's and also to Sim's presentation, and it's hard to be original with the ideas that have been floated. So probably I'll go to the moon for the perspective first. So when you don't have to say something specific, you can rely on your obscure academic texts you read sometime in your bachelor years. But basically, I'll try to kind of frame it from the moon and then go down to specifics. So there are three promises that democratic rule of law governance kind of gives citizens, and that's its appeal. So it produces trust. within society and in government. So it's kind of by the people type of thing. It also seems to be, at least in theory, more resilient than dictatorships. They're more adaptive. Basically, there are democratic governance produces mechanisms of adaptation. And then efficiency, of course. The idea is that if you have transparent governance, then people will call out on stupid ideas earlier rather than later, which would happen, what often happens in democratic things. So, and probably to build on Julio's idea, a lot of GovTech focuses on this efficiency element. Will make things more efficient, because that's the easy, kind of low-hanging fruit you're trying to achieve. You manage to develop a project which is a KPI, and you improve the KPI, and who can say no to that? Even a radical populist will maintain that policy after the next election. I'd like to focus a little bit on the trust element, because that's the hard part of GovTech, and actually that's the hard part of governance. Because trust is asymmetrical. If you have high social trust and high trust in government, all government agencies benefit from it. But then ruining trust, one agency is enough. So basically one public failure, corruption scandal, whatever, ruins the trust. And we know that this is the currency which allows openness in governance. And if you don't have high trust, you will not have kind of the mandate and the credit in government from society to fund kind of crazy open ideas. And so the system closes up. So I think the elements that are necessary in the coming years for change, I think one term I'd like to introduce is islands of excellence. When we talk, this is a conference on GovTech Leaders, but the trust baseline is set by the average service delivery. So basically one thing we need to think about is how we raise the baseline competence in the government. That's one important thing. Another thing is then coordination between agencies, because running a project within one agency is simple. Running a coordinated project is difficult, including because of egos of senior managers. So and election cycles work into that. So that's another thing to think about, because the wicked problems or complex problems, they're usually multi-agency, and you cannot build a structure around that. And finally, that's both trust and that's something the Prime Minister said at the beginning of the conference, and also to do with the resilience, is that Julio mentioned demographics, also climate change. And there are these all kinds of big things. AI, or the Terminator apocalypse, is also on the list. But these are kind of slow-burning things, right? Demography takes a generation or two to happen, and as you go along, you kind of adapt. You have this kind of incremental theory, we have time kind of thing. But when change is actor-driven, that can happen very rapidly, right? We have a crazy bald midget in Moscow who started a war, killed a few 100,000 people by now, and it's just a whim of a person. So that's not a structural shift that happens quickly. And I think we're now in this kind of global insecurity period where there are several people, you can name them, who have the power to actually enforce change so rapidly and so dramatically that our government would find it difficult to react. And that, of course, is then how resilience could support trust, or vice versa. So yeah, that's kind of...
We will come back to that last one that you mentioned, and I really loved that image of islands of excellence. I will take it into my vocabulary. But Tamara, now, you know, lots of challenges, and I think you can add from your perspective as well some maybe. And then, of course, when there are challenges, there are people who have or are interested to solve them. And you are a practitioner whose experience spans from California to Montenegro. So from your perspective, so what about practical results? We know the challenges, but how we solve them?
Sure, thank you. And before I respond to your question, I just want to shout out one more time to amazing folks who put us all together, Camila, Gabriela, and all of the fierce moderators that have been with us. Really great discussions both on stage and with all of you in a room. But yes, I think both of my co-panelists has said a lot, as did Sim, talking very vulnerably about challenges. There's a component of political capital that in some countries has been there, like the countries that have gone ahead of others have that more stable political environment where they were able to be strategic and intentional around how they put together these building blocks and cultivate the talent inside of government, countries like Estonia or UK. And then you have the countries where momentum around this has been really superpowered by the crisis. I just came back from Ukraine last week and have seen incredible amount of passion and coordinated effort to move forward. The ones that have gone ahead despite of what you talked about, the lack of trust, because I firmly believe that that trust is developed through delivery, and the countries like the one that I had an opportunity to work with lately in the Mediterranean with not so deep pockets, the countries where, let's say in Montenegro, we've changed government 3 times in the last 4 years, where we do not have a lot of space where the seeds are planted to grow. Those countries can still get ahead by leveraging and reusing what others have done in past. So in Montenegro, we sort of shamelessly stole and forked the code from UK's Notify. We have started to implement Estonia's X-Road. I've seen Ukrainians have done that as well. But the teams that have gone ahead have, as Giulio has said, have quickly started to, or slowly started to embrace this comfort with ambiguity, and the leaders in those governments have created a space of psychological safety where their teammates were able to then experiment and start work in the open, leverage some of this open source code, some of these plays and hacks that have been developed by other governments. So we have on one side, as my panelists have described, general a bit of space of cynicism and apathy among public servants, especially in conditions like the one that we have experienced in Balkans, where governments are changing, they're getting burnt out. And so we need more leaders in government that will be intentional around cultivating the talent and really making sure that they set their teammates up to do the work that is really tuned in with their internal purpose. And so anyway, it goes back to what you said, humans are in the center, and there's a lot of structural and systemic changes we can do, but it goes back to empowering that human who is moving the change and driving it forward.
Absolutely, and to make things even more complicated, if it's not yet enough there, as studies show, by 2030 the workforce employed in the public sector will be different. People with different motivations, with different values, with different approach to life come. They will be technologically driven. They will be a lot of social value-oriented people. And from that perspective, as well, rethinking of the public sector functioning is really important. So what kind of employment forms, what kind of competences do we need in the public sector so we make it future-proof? Because future usually tends to come much faster than we expect. So Mantas, from your perspective.
Yeah, that's a good question, because again, if you look at old TED Talks, sorry to be nerdy about this, you will see a kind of an optimism. Perhaps that's the format of TED that produces optimism. But then there are certain aspects of how governments work which are essentially inert, and they're, the Romans had the same problems. And one thing we will definitely know that will happen in the future, that the workplace will be multi-generational, right? And they might probably be very, very varied among generations because of how new technical innovations are coming online. And I think that the very interesting development coming up is the generation of TikTok, or 2014, 2015, about the time when social media kind of shifted from text to these visual, short communication types, and then constructing complex narratives becomes difficult for us overall. And there seems to be some research suggesting that this generation will behave significantly differently if places like Taiwan or Korea or Japan are anything to go by. Probably demographics will get even worse because that what seems the next generation is even less keen on having children and building families. They communicate differently, and so the kind of the generational shift will be sharper than we would imagine that it has been before. But managers in the public sector will find this challenge. And here, one specific kind of detour to the GovTech Sandbox that was presented earlier today. So one of the scenarios they presented is an employer has to kind of try to create a space of employment which kind of replaces family and hobbies. So that's something, again, that many of the companies are doing. But what's important, I think, for a kind of mentally healthy workforce is that employer encourages the employees to have a private-public, kind of private-professional separation of life, and encourages to have hobbies outside work, and encourages to have family relations outside work, not inside. So I think this will be the big challenge, to keep to the fundamentals, because for a manager it's so tempting to kind of erase the barrier between private professional, because you keep the person in-house all the time, and just from the boredom of it he'll start doing something. So buying a gym or organizing a club is very attractive. But I think for a mature, critically thinking society, and also for a public service closely engaged with citizens, because they need to have a pulse, this is very important, that we actually avoid these pitfalls or potentially unintended consequences that we kind of create, again, a separation between society and the officialdom.
Can I build for a second on that, just quick?
Yes.
So I made lots of enemies at one point, because at VUN I used to run a training called How to Be Interesting. And as you've seen from my presentation, I failed miserably. But the point that I was trying to make is, if you want to attract interesting people, you need to be interesting in the first place. And I think that is one of the questions for the public sector to me. And this is why I think this question around speed and value that we were talking about for a value-based generation is not only a matter, is also a matter of recruitment. So if you present the public sector as this poor, decrepit place that is constantly trying to catch up with the private sector, and actually doesn't have a capability to do it, and they need to embrace the latest fad because the private sector is doing it, etc., who do you think you're going to attract to the public sector? If you present a narrative of the public sector as a place that has agency to create value, to create options for society, to negotiate on a par level with different parts of society, to convene them, to say what kind of future do we want for us, my sense is you might have, with the new generations, more chances of attracting talent, interesting talent, than if you have a narrative which is much more defeatist. I know it's not easy to do it, I'm not saying that, and I know that the other danger that you have is if you attract them, and the moment they get into the machinery, sometimes they leave very quickly, but this is where we need to go. I think, to me, that's an important question.
Yeah, and I think one of the key elements here is the leadership, the people who can take decisions and who will inspire and lead these teams. And you yourself, you have your fresh experience from being in these positions. So from your perspective, what does leadership place in this context, and what defines the qualities or even the concept of future-proof leader in public sector?
Thank you, and I appreciate a lot of the comments of my fellow panelists, and we'll build on them as well. So I like that Julia also brought in the recruitment, the HR dimension to this. How do we not just empower and lift and cultivate the people that we have in government, but also how do we attract the best out there to make our government better, because we cannot do it alone. So several values that I continue to look in my teammates that will be, regardless of how many years go by, some of the most valuable ones in government are the grit and perseverance. When I think of a typical public servant, is this person pushing up this rock, up the mountain, Sisyphus rock, right? We have the thorniest, sometimes messiest challenges, and government has the biggest mission, the most critical mission out there, right? And sometimes the public servants work in mission impossible environments, right? The curiosity is also a big factor, but then obviously, you know, this generic term customer obsession, but the job of a leader is to give them the space, air cover, and runway so they can then cultivate that curiosity, have the right tools to then understand and tap into the insights around the problem they're trying to solve. All of these things that Sim and others have been talking about. Laura earlier talked about the service design tools that her team is leveraging to understand the problems that their constituents are facing. So, so how do we make ourselves actually cool? Is we walk our walk, we drink our own how do you say, Kool-Aid? We do have to implement some of these standards and principles in our team so that we can attract more open-minded leaders out there. We do need to create an environment in which our teams are starting to act from a space of abundance, not from a space of scarcity, even though competition is a big thing in government. But how might we understand that each of us are going to contribute to driving something with our individual talents and superpowers? A good leader will allow their teammates to become more acutely aware of what their specific talents are and will empower them to do that thing that taps into that talent. What we did, I want to kind of just piggyback on what Julia said about recruitment. It is the cool factor that makes some governments more successful in attracting better talent. And I'll go back to what Mikey and I shared earlier. After the healthcare.gov failure, White House and President Obama understood that they need more folks with product mindset who will iterate on whether it's policy, product, or service, to really start to shift the culture and the way that the products are being built in government. So they did these roundtables, innovation roundtables, to sell people on a mission. And that was 2013. Since then, there's so many efforts, at least US, I think they're spreading even broader to create these memorandums of understanding with corporations anyway, any organization out there who want to contribute, they let their folks on a sabbatical tour of duty, who then end up working in government for 6 months to a year. And the government has then an extra set of amazing, diverse perspectives. We have done this through Rebel Alliance, and the goal of these folks who are coming to government is not to fish, but to teach people how to fish, train, leave some hopefully good new skill set that doesn't traditionally exist in government, like product management, service research and others. So I'll pause it here. I feel like I'm talking too much, but throw a bunch of things out there. Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe you would like Monty or Julia to add something about the leadership, because I still feel it's a very, very broad topic, and we can approach it from different angles.
Okay, so that's a good one. Again, in terms of leadership, again back to my obscure books, there's a concept in governance called the political administrative dichotomy. So the administrative body needs to deliver and develop kind of persistence in the government, whereas the politicians are the people that change constantly and then kind of produce these ideas. And in that respect, governance is essentially a paradox, right? It's by design, it's paradoxical. And I think what the future brings is that tools, technological tools in the government, they are so tempting to kind of integrate data, to use it as means. They seem to be so effective. They give this promise, but also by extension, they give power to the administrative body. So the space of political leadership kind of has a risk of narrowing and radicalizing. And I think a lot of kind of polarization studies that are out there are suggesting that politicians through social media seem to hate each other more and more on ever more trivial questions, right? And so So then again, looping back to my kind of trust argument, that is actually a risk where political leaders have to kind of grow up and also take that kind of deliberating space of public deliberation back or ensuring. I think that's the big responsibility of leadership overall, and the administrators could kind of have to recognize it and not work against that.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
The Finnish government is the only one that I know of that has published a framework called Humble Leadership. I would encourage you to take a look at it. I like it very much. And one of the things that it says is that in a context, humble leadership means that rather than a traditional image of having a manifesto, whatever else, etc., in a world that is fast changing, you need to be able to maintain a sort of a weak North Star and aggregate people as conditions change very quickly around you, as opposed to having a top mandate to grand visions, etc., that are actually don't survive a first contact with reality. So there is one element of that. The second thing is you brought Island of Excellence. I'll double down on Islands of Coherence. If you buy my theory that the government increasingly are in a sense-making crisis, what does actually all mean, what is happening around us, how do we react, etc. Creating islands of coherence in a moment of chaos, as a famous quote from a physicist, right, is actually a way to actually bring about change. So the leadership that is actually able to create the conditions for people to say, this is what is happening around us, these are some of the changes that we are seeing, and we still have a sense of agency around it, and we understand how to handle this and move forward. Those who are able to create these islands of coherence, to me, that's a great leadership trait. My final thing I'll say is just a concrete example. So when I was working at UNDP, one of the questions that we had is what makes conditions of perform leaders under conditions of high uncertainty and ambiguity. So one of the things that we designed was a course together with Imperial College where they shadowed for a day a surgeon, a magician, a pilot, a combat pilot, all people in different professions that are used to deal with conditions of high uncertainty. And then create a reflective practice of what it actually means. What did they see in a, so imagine you have, UN bureaucrats that are watching a doctor perform a surgery in conditions of high uncertainty with things happening all the time. Get them to reflect about what it means for them, and why would you take them to a place so different? Because actually it's easier there to say, I don't know. You're not supposed to know anything as a UN person about surgery or magicians or whatever you. And you create a space where it's okay for leaders to say, I don't know, and then starting reflecting about what it actually means to do it. There is one word that I find very difficult to say in government is I don't know. And I think the more we are able to create the conditions to do it, I think the better we can get leadership.
Yeah, with humble leadership, it's a very good concept, and thank you for that. Well, you mentioned manifestos, and I think we really have a lot of manifestos in public sector, and even coming now back maybe more focused to digital domain as well. We have so many strategies, programs, reforms, and all these things. But then we all know what has to be done. Put people at the center, collaborate, government as a platform, and government for one, and all these things. They are written down, and it's not even new. But when it comes to practice, somehow we still struggle. So from practical perspective, from your personal experience, what works to make this from the cloud, from this moon perspective, which already all the correct words are there, to bring it down to our strong hand reforms, leading by example, or maybe some other recipe?
Sure. So I might emphasize some of the things that we already mentioned. I like this framework that Harvard University has developed around levers for digital service delivery and delivery in general in government. So I'm going to go through some levers that I think successful teams in government who have driven change have. The number one that we've all mentioned now there is political capital, and not every government has one, but I think you mentioned about making a minister or a decision maker in your government looking good. A lot of times I get a question, how my teammates and I have been able to drive this and that change. It is it was always about picking one thing that the main decision maker was caring about, and then within that space trying to experiment and show them how, by leveraging data, design and research, we can improve how we are actually creating a solution and iterating on a solution. So political capital, if you don't have one, try to make your minister look good by picking one thing that they care about and get sponsorship and air cover around it. Starting to codify digital service tools and things that you're doing, start to work in the open and share, and you will attract and actually end up being a part of this broader ecosystem of digital public infrastructure folks, and yeah, tap into the playbooks, manifestos that are out there instead of reinventing the wheel. The ones around how do you structure digital service teams, how do you start financing products instead of projects, how do you actually leverage product management in your team, all of those lessons are out there to be leveraged. I think those would be my top things. I think recruiting and talent is really important, but we said a lot about what type of skills we would be building and attracting within government. But there's a few other things around systemic changes that I think Sim alluded to. How might we redesign procurement? And there is creative ways that I think UK government has implemented this IT spend controls, digital marketplace, and a lot of other systemic changes that I brought into their government to structurally change how they build and deliver policies and products. And those lessons are all out there to be copied and leveraged. But the air cover is the most important, so build that air cover.
Thank you. And Julia, maybe you would like to add something from your perspective, the things that really worked, maybe some examples, good stories?
You know, one thing, I work in the development sector for a long time, and one saying that you hear all developing countries to say is don't do it like Denmark. Why? Because everybody told them that there is a best practice, that's Denmark, and you need to follow it. Guess how much that worked in terms of copying it? Not very much, right? And so one of the things that I think this question around strategy and implementation brings at is it really challenges, because we are all trained as planners to design an ideal world and walk backwards for it. Whether that is a best practice from abroad or whether there is some kind of vision statement or whatever else, etc. If you work under conditions of uncertainty, you do something which seems really ridiculously simple, but I find very difficult to implement in government, which is you work with what you have. A famous, what you do is you actually start to say, what is the future that is already here but not evenly distributed? What are the assets that you have existing? And you start building from that as opposed to going from an ideal world and working backwards. And so I am very keen of examples that I've seen is actually governments that have been able to take the resources that they have and actually work with what they have and literally building capabilities by doing, as opposed to thinking how you build the capabilities back from a best practice. So practical example, an example that I always make, I know of one place in the world, you might know more, so please challenge me, where actually, so you know, it's a very simple thing, but I find it in a way illustrative. Where many tree plantation campaigns fail, right? So you plant trees, and trees, on average, 90% of those die. But one place that seems to have cracked it is Freetown in Sierra Leone. And the way they did it is they get the communities to decide which trees to plant, and then they get them to get micropayments as they show that the trees progress. So they reinvented maintenance of public infrastructure, in this case trees, by getting citizens micropayment as the more they prove that the trees grow. This has a survival rate of 70% and is actually starting to become financially sustainable because it creates carbon credits. How did they did it? Not by taking the model of Helsinki or what have you. They work with what they had. They had strong social capital in the communities. They had some reasonable capabilities around technology to be able to do the micropayment structure. They put and lumped this all together and actually started creating their own model that works in the context of Freetown, Sierra Leone. To me, this is the type of examples that, you know, if you scan for the future that is already here but not evenly distributed, you get these examples of things that are already here that you can easily leverage on and build upon, as opposed to think that you need to start from scratch and to pursue some kind of best practice.
That's a very good example. Love it. And we already going to the finish to our discussion, but still, I promise that we will come back to the one topic that Mantas mentioned at the beginning. And still, you know, lots of factors that influence governments, but some of them are really more stressful than others, and I think the most extreme example is a war. And now it doesn't seem something like of very far past. In the days we're living, I think we all feel that it might be not as far, and we all have to be prepared. So leading public sector in times of peace and times of war as extreme example of a conflict. How does this differ, Mantas?
That's a tough one. Let's see. I'll try to kind of, it's the end of the conference anyways, so try to provoke a little bit of thought, if there's any energy left in the audience. So I'll try to compare war to a airplane, a candy, and a bottle of vodka. That's the four things, and then try to frame it or make sense as Julio kind of encourages us to try to. So here's a GovTech innovation for you. You go to a cheap airline site and you add another button, a check. You know, there's a regulated airplane, perfectly safe, but you can have a 50% discount, and then it's, you know, the regulators on air safety are off. The plane was not checked. Why isn't that option there, right? We're not considering that market is okay to make these types of decisions. We actually regulate and enforce them. Now, what's special about airplanes? They're very public when they crash. There's a lot of people dead, and so there's political salience to actually regulate strongly. And airplanes have something called redundancy, the multiple redundant system. If something fails, there's another button. If something fails, and it's like an onion of redundancy. Now, a bottle of vodka has a sticker which says, don't drink if pregnant. But actually, if you drink a full bottle of vodka alone, you might actually die today. So the danger for you is probably greater than flying Aeroflot from that vodka, if you drink responsibly. So here the government is kind of hands off. And now, so there's the spectrum, right? And candy can be advertised as something friendly for children, although it's basically poison, right, if you ask the medics. So there's a spectrum. Where should we put war on? Because resilience and security is difficult because it's not demographics or climate change, it's actor-driven. And the enemy tries to impose dilemmas to us. There's a difference between a dilemma and a problem. A problem has a solution, dilemma has multiple bad solutions, right? So what happens is that to resist kind of military types of dangers, you need to build redundancy in the system. And here's a fundamental kind of difference that over the past decades, we always thought we need to be more efficient. Means get rid of all the fat in the government, get rid of all the alternative scenarios, don't do what's not necessary. But these create weak spots in governments where the enemy actually looks to impose costs over there. And here, it is a very difficult political decision because, if back to the onion of redundancy, in defense studies there's something called DIME. So basically, you go to war if all other security systems fail. So alliances, diplomatic efforts, economic engagement. Angela Merkel tried to do this with the Russians. Information, soft power, all of this fails. So once you start investing big money, big government money in defense and security, it's a very bad communication kind of thing, because the citizens will say, well, did the other pieces of onion have already failed? Why are you doing that? So this is a major dilemma that actually all our allies are struggling with. But overall, so we need to make this onion strong, and the core of it needs to also be strong. So I think that's kind of, I'm sorry for not kind of offering a solution, but there's probably the way to try to think about these things, and where we put the solution on the spectrum, very difficult. Over here we put it closer to the airplane, probably somewhere in Cyprus they put closer to a bottle of vodka, so that's probably the dilemma we're facing.
You know, if there was a solution, I guess we wouldn't be speaking here about that today. And now just to close our panel, very quick summarizing thoughts. So the most important systematic change which our public sector here in Lithuania and broader should focus now to move towards our future. Tamara.
I said it at the beginning of the day, I am after trying to help as many public servants and public servant teams as possible to solve for capacity challenges, to empower themselves with the tools that they need to drive better impact, and writ large capacity for government to deliver is in crisis. Policies in implementation crisis, we have this policy here, and then it doesn't really amount to an actual solution that is effective and solves the problems on the ground. So we need to bring technologists and policymakers at the same table. We need to build internal delivery muscle, and we need to leverage the times of crisis when possible to do that. So yes, building that internal capacity to deliver is the #1 thing that governments should do.
That's really important. Monty, from your perspective.
Okay, just again,
Short one.
Something out of the box. Two concepts. So Eurospeak. There's if you read some of the European Commission documents, there's it's still a GovTech conference. We need to mention China, and they're thinking about de-risking or decoupling. I think this is the geopolitical thing. Clearly, the United States and Europe are starting to think about China not as a partner but as a competitor. And from the technological point of view, that means that we are likely to be seeing the end game where we'll have two global technological systems, technological standards which don't overlap. But that is a slow process and perhaps not inevitable. So I think now we see at the national levels where some procurements need to be China-free, or as I now learned a new word, red-free, and some don't. So nationally we need to kind of deal with this. So I think if we are thinking about kind of a day-to-day operation of any agency, I think this will be kind of a inconvenience, kind of closest to the nose on what we talked.
Thank you. And Giulio?
Predictably, collective intelligence, dynamic capabilities, and ability to deal with uncertainty.
That was short and sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much to our final panelist of the day. And you, audience, survived. Thank you for your patience, for spending your lovely day with us. And our event has come to an end. And I hope you agree with me that it has been a fantastic meeting of GovTech leaders, and not only an opportunity to learn, but to meet with fellow same-minded people. Also, I want to thank GovTech Lab team for inviting us here again, to thank Ministry of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, also Innovation Agency, for bringing us together under one roof to discuss these important topics. Thank you to our panelists, to our keynote speakers, and to every one of you who dedicated your time in learning something new, getting inspired. And I hope you'll take these new ideas, either you gain them through wonderful discussions, through the Idea Lab, or through the hands-on workshop. You'll take ideas and partnerships to bring them forward, and you'll make some great action with it. So thank you very much once again, and I hope to see you next year. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.